Chapter 2787. Old Tortoise's methods were impressive. The information transmission talisman he sent out could cross regions and land in Gufei's hands without error. However, what surprised Gufei was that there were only 2 words in Old Tortoise's information transmission talisman. Come quickly. Is it finally going to begin? After receiving the information transmission talisman, Gufei immediately rushed to Celestial Wolf City with Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. There should be an inter-region teleportation array in Celestial Wolf City. At daybreak, Gufei and the others arrived at the ancestral land of the Celestial Wolf tribe, Celestial Wolf City. Patriarch Celestial Wolf personally came out to welcome Gufei and the others into the city, Lord Manor. Gufei did not hesitate. After entering the city Lord Manor, he immediately asked Patriarch Celestial Wolf about the inter-region teleportation array. He had guessed correctly. There was indeed an inter-region teleportation array in Celestial Wolf City. However, this teleportation array had not been used for a long time. If there was only a teleportation array without a destination, it would be impossible for Gufei and the others to use it to teleport from the northern snow region to the west Dark Sea. However, this was not a problem for Gufei. Apart from the 2 words "come quickly" on the information transmission talisman sent by Old Tortoise, there were also coordinates. Old Tortoise had already thought of these things. He had already built a teleportation array platform in the Netherworld West Ocean and told Gufei the coordinates of the platform. Gufei led Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor onto the ancient formation platform and activated the ancient teleportation formation platform beneath their feet. Rumble, the ancient teleportation array in Celestial Wolf City, began to shake. Ancient runes kept appearing on the ancient teleportation array that had not been used for a long time. These were void runes that contained the profound meaning of the void. Patriarch Celestial Wolf stood in front of the ancient teleportation array with mixed feelings. He had already heard from Gufei about what was about to happen in the West Dark Sea. Gufei actually wanted to attack the forbidden area of the Heaven Realm. This was definitely a big event that was enough to shake the entire cultivation world of the Heaven Realm. Old Ancestor Heavenly Wolf wanted to participate, but he couldn't split himself. He wanted to stay in the northern snow region. If he left, the Celestial Wolf tribe would be exterminated by other powerful forces in the northern snow region. Very soon, the ancient teleportation formation platform emitted the most dazzling divine light. Countless runes rushed out of the ancient teleportation formation platform, interweaving to form a void tunnel. The void passage directly broke through the void and disappeared into the endless chaos. Gufei and the others stepped into the void tunnel and disappeared into the endless chaos. They directly crossed the boundary. Then, the void tunnel disappeared, and the ancient teleportation platform gradually fell silent. Patriarch Heavenly Wolf watched as Gufei and the others left. He stood in front of the ancient teleportation portal for a while, then sighed and turned to leave. At this time, with the appearance of the Heavenly Palace of Snow Region, the entire situation in the northern snow region had become a little strange. It should be known that the Heavenly Palace of Snow Region had always been secluded and did not care about worldly affairs. But this time, it seemed that the Heavenly Palace of Snow Region did not want to be secluded anymore. The saintess of the Heavenly Palace of Snow Region was walking in the world. It seemed that the Heavenly Palace of Snow Region was going to be the overlord of the northern snow region. All the forces in the northern snow region felt an unprecedented pressure. The Heavenly Palace of Snow Region was like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on them. Even the Celestial Wolf tribe, the Zhao family of Snow Region, and the Golden Crow tribe had restrained themselves. No one dared to go against the Heavenly Palace of Snow Region. If Gufei were here, he might have been able to change all of this. However, with Gufei's departure, Old Ancestor Heavenly Wolf's ambition was doused with a bucket of cold water. He could only stay in the Celestial Wolf City and would not leave easily. In the celestial wolf city, he still had the strength to deal with all the strong cultivators. Even the heavenly palaces, Saintus had to be wary of him. While old ancestor Heavenly Wolf was holed up in the celestial wolf city, Gu Fei brought Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor to the western dark sea to meet up with Old Turtle. Under the dusky sky, the western dark sea was silent. The silent sky above the sea was shrouded in a thick aura of death and dark clouds. I didn't expect you to be ready so quickly. In a barren valley, Old Turtle had set up a banquet to welcome Gu Fei. The table of delicacies made Gu Fei's mouth water. Who was Old Turtle? The ingredients for the banquet were naturally extraordinary. Even the golden bird with the bloodline of the divine phoenix had been hunted and cooked into braised golden bird. He had even caught a golden dragon python from an abyss and stewed it into a pot of golden dragon python soup. Seeing these ingredients, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. This Old Turtle really knew how to enjoy life. He was the only one who could find these ingredients. One must know that the golden bird and the golden dragon python were extremely powerful creatures. Even an ordinary saint would find it difficult to kill such creatures. Eat, haha. Let's get to work after eating. Old Turtle laughed and called out to Gu Fei, Ming Qiong, and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor. When the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor saw the table full of food, it was so shocked that it could not speak. Damn, even the golden dragon python had been hunted and made into a pot of dragon python soup. This was too awesome. Who was this Old Turtle? Was he an ancient supreme being? Ming Qiong and the Black Qilin Tiger Emperor were both shocked. Even in ancient times, the golden bird and the golden dragon python were extremely powerful creatures. Only the most powerful beings in the world could hunt these creatures. I thought you could handle it yourself. Gu Fei looked at Old Turtle and said, Brother, I also thought I could handle it, but in the end, I realized that I couldn't. I have no choice but to think of you. Other than you, there's really no one else who can help me. Old Turtle said, What's the problem? Gu Fei frowned and said, This Old Turtle was being so solicitous for no reason. This was probably not an easy favor to help. After all, who was Old Turtle? He was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor and had a very powerful background. Gu Fei was not confident about something that even he could not handle. To tell you the truth, I only found out recently that this West Nether Sea is actually the inner world of an extremely abnormal guy, and the West Nether Sea is the burial place of that guy. Old Turtle said helplessly, What? Gu Fei was shocked to hear this. The West Nether Sea was formed by the inner world of an expert after he died. No wonder there was not even a blade of grass growing here, and the aura of death gathered. This was definitely a great secret of the world. The abnormal guy who died was most likely an extreme grade expert, and it would not be easy to flatten such a place. One should know that even after an extreme grade expert died, the place where he died would become the most terrifying place with remnant extreme grade laws. Because of this, Old Turtle asked for Gu Fei's help because Gu Fei had an extreme grade sword in his hand. Using the extreme grade sword, he would be able to fight against the remnant extreme grade laws. All right, I'll help you, but what do I get out of it? Gu Fei suddenly said to Old Turtle with a smile. Chapter 2788. Flattening the forbidden zones of the heavenly realm was a crazy thing to do, as no one had ever succeeded since ancient times. Even in the era of extreme grade supremes, the forbidden zones still existed and hadn't been flattened. Even extreme grade supremes seemed to be wary of these forbidden zones. Perhaps it wasn't time yet, and these forbidden zones still had their value. However, this time the old tortoise was determined to open the heavenly path, and the first thing he had to do was flatten the West Dark Sea. The West Dark Sea was one of the forbidden zones of the heavenly realm. Previously, during the turmoil in the West Dark Sea, creatures from the forbidden zones that were comparable to supremes had jumped out and forced the old tortoise to return in defeat. This time was different from the last time. The old tortoise hadn't made any preparations to attack the West Dark Sea, But this time he was fully prepared and had even invited Gu Fei. Gu Fei and the others had a good meal under the old tortoise's hospitality. Ming Qiong and the Black Unicorn Tiger Emperor fought over the food on the table. The food was a great supplement for them and could help them recover some of their strength. After eating and drinking to their fill, they got to work. Gu Fei immediately took out the violet gold divine sword and used it to guard the second array eye. The absolute sky array that the old tortoise had set up was truly terrifying. Using 2 extreme grade sacred weapons to guard the array, I was definitely a peerless array of the extreme grade. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the formation would be once it was activated. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he saw this array. The old tortoise was really going all out this time. Why was he so desperate? Gu Fei was a little confused. One must know that this fellow was someone who wouldn't do anything without benefits. He would never do anything that didn't benefit him. Ming Qiong and the Black Unicorn Tiger Emperor didn't idle either. They helped perfect the array. While the old tortoise and Gu Fei were making their final preparations, the ancient Yuan celestial arch had been sitting in a lotus position for 3 days and 3 nights outside the Luoxia city courtyard in the southern mountains. He had actually set up a killing array in the void around him. Array rise. The moment the killing formation was set up, Yuan Gu did not hesitate at all as he immediately activated the killing formation and charged towards the courtyard. Rumble, boundless killing intent, rushed out from the killing formation. Rays of peerless killing light rushed out from the killing formation and landed on the courtyard. Every single one of them emitted a destructive aura that caused the world to lose its color. When they landed on the layer of divine light above the courtyard, the layer of divine light shook violently. Countless runes soared into the sky from every corner of the courtyard and were branded in the void. They sealed this part of the world, and the violently shaking divine light immediately stabilized. The array formation laid down by the old turtle was extraordinary. It was extremely powerful, so it wouldn't be easy for the primordial heavenly arch to break it. Old Yuan save it. Ha! Guling's laughter rang out from the courtyard. Silly little girl, don't you dare be so arrogant. Once this emperor attacks in, you'll be the first to be slaughtered. The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor sat in the center of the killing formation as he coldly said. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint as an extremely powerful heavenly venerate aura spread from his body. We'll see if you can break in. Guling sneered. At this time, the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor didn't say anything else. He directly activated the killing formation with all his might, and an extremely terrifying and ominous aura erupted from the killing formation. Countless formation runes interweaved to form a killing formation that directly pressed down from the sky. 2 extremely powerful formation powers collided, causing the void to crack and crack to appear. Guling wasn't worried about whether the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor would be able to break in. He was still leisurely strolling around the courtyard. Rumble! The world shook as killing intent soared into the sky above the courtyard. A terrifying aura spread out, causing all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles to panic. It was as if doomsday had arrived. In Luoxia City, the old immortal emperor was also panicking. The shocking killing intent was coming from the direction of the courtyard. His precious granddaughter was in the courtyard. What's going on? There's no response from the D-Zune. Could it be that even the D-Zune is afraid of the invading emperor? The old immortal emperor was puzzled. He had already spread the news of the emperor's invasion, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response at all. This made him extremely anxious. The southern mountains god emperor and the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor had always been at odds. This was a well-known fact, but the southern mountains god emperor couldn't separate himself now because the fire emperor had his eyes on him. The fire emperor was an old antique that had lived since ancient times. Such an existence was far more powerful than ordinary heavenly venerables. The southern mountains god emperor naturally didn't dare to be distracted after being targeted by the fire emperor. However, The old immortal emperor didn't know that the situation in the southern mountains was extremely grim. A single misstep would lead to a war. At that time, many people would die. The ancient Yuan heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to shake the great formation laid down by the old turtle in a short period of time. So the Luoxia courtyard was temporarily safe. While the ancient Yuan heavenly emperor was attacking the Luoxia courtyard, a powerful figure appeared in the endless mountains of the southern mountains. It was a golden-haired youth who was chasing after a powerful existence. The golden-haired youth's body emitted a wave of supreme metal elemental energy, causing countless birds and beasts in the mountains to flee in panic. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I, Yuan Hong, will still drag you out. The golden-haired youth stood on top of a mountain peak and said hatefully. This golden-haired youth was the descendant of the golden spirit ape lineage, Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong had originally been traveling the world, but he had been offended by some blind fellows. Some people had set up a scam and gotten several divine herbs from Yuan Hong. In the end, Yuan Hong had seen through the scam and started a massacre, killing almost all of them. However, the leader of the group had escaped, so Yuan Hong had chased him all the way here. Swish! At that moment, Yuan Hong saw a flash of light in the depths of the mountain range. He didn't think twice and immediately rushed towards the source of the light. Soon after, an incomparably shocking sound came from the depths of the mountain range. Two powerful auras appeared in the world and spread out from the depths of the mountain range. Needless to say, the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong's cultivation and battle prowess were extremely high. However, the living being that Yuan Hong was fighting against was also extremely powerful. This was an evenly matched battle that was taking place in the depths of the mountain range without alerting anyone else. At this moment, even if someone sensed that a battle between holy venerables was taking place in the depths of the mountain range, no one would come to watch because the atmosphere in the entire Nanling Mountains was extremely tense. A super battle was about to break out. Many people were watching. In next to no time, Yuan Hong had beheaded that expert and walked out of the depths of the mountain with his head in hand. Roar! Yuan Hong roared towards the sky, his voice echoing far and wide. What are you shouting for? This is the territory of my tribe. Get lost! A loud shout came from the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure standing high in the sky. A powerful aura was spreading from this figure. Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to get lost? Yuan Hong's sword-like eyebrows immediately straightened when he heard the other party's words. His face also darkened as if it was about to drip water. Since you don't want to get lost, I can only make you get lost. That person sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, he arrived in front of the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong. He reached out his right hand and directly grabbed Yuan Hong's chest. The 5 fingers of that person were wreathed in divine fire. Chapter 2789. The Southern Mountains Fire Race was a large race in the Southern Mountains. There were countless experts in the race, and their leader, the Fire Emperor, was an emperor that could go against the Southern Mountains God Emperor. The Fire Race had always been strong in the Southern Mountains. But this time they met the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong and kicked an iron plate. Yes, roar. Just as one of the experts from the fire race was slapped away by Yuan Hong, an angry roar was heard from afar. Then a strong man rushed over. You said my race is **T. It was a golden-haired strong man. His arms were longer than ordinary people, and the muscles on his arms were bulging. He was very strong, and there was a strong, murderous aura around him. One look, and you could tell that this guy was not an easy opponent. He was an expert that had seen blood and killed countless lives. Only those who climbed out of a pile of corpses could become experts. So what if I said it? Yuan Hong looked at the strong man coldly. Senior brother, this guy is very strong. You have to be careful. At this time, the disciple of the fire race who was slapped away by Yuan Hong walked over. One in front and one behind. It was 2 against 1. Who are you? How dare you look down on my fire race? The strong man stared at Yuan Hong and said in a deep voice. A strong aura spread from his body. He had the intention to kill Yuan Hong. You are not qualified to know who I am. Yuan Hong glanced at the strong man and said, "Ha, is that so? Since you are not willing to cooperate, I will reluctantly send you on your way." The strong man said with a gloomy face, "TSK, it is not certain who will send who on his way." Yuan Hong said, "Kill." The expert from the fire race did not say anything else. He immediately used a great technique to attack Yuan Hong. Rays of fire rushed out from his hands and turned into golden birds that flew towards Yuan Hong. You overestimate yourself. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Yuan Hong charged forward and punched out. Countless golden birds that were pouncing towards him exploded in the void, turning into balls of divine flames. He was not afraid of the burning divine flames. He directly rushed through the divine flames, and the momentum of his fist didn't change. Bang! With a loud sound, he directly smashed the fire race cultivator into a cloud of blood mist. A dignified expert of the Hu clan was destroyed in body and soul with a single punch. This made the Hu clan cultivator, who spoke rudely to Yuan Hong just now, extremely horrified. At this moment, he knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Spare my life." When the cultivator from the Hu clan saw Yuan Hong looking at him, he was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. His body trembled and he almost *T himself. "Humph!" Yuan Hong coldly snorted. He didn't put this ant-like guy in his eyes at all. He then turned around to leave. He knew that the guy he was chasing had deliberately lured him here. He wanted to create a conflict between him and the Fire Clan, making a powerful enemy for himself. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful divine sense spread out from a palace in the depths of the mountain. It instantly locked onto Yuan Hong. An expert! Yuan Hong turned around and looked in the direction of the divine sense. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void, ignoring the barriers of the void. He saw the palace floating above the mountain. At this moment, a blond young man with white eyebrows stood at the entrance of the palace, floating above the mountain. "What's going on?" The young man with white eyebrows was the Fire Ape Emperor. This Fire Ape Emperor was the disciple of the Hu clan's old ancestor Jin Yen. He was an ancient ape that had attained the Tao in the ancient times. The Fire Ape Emperor's cultivation base had improved greatly recently. His cultivation base was infinitely close to the Great Sage level. He was one of the most outstanding disciples under old ancestor Jin Yen. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Yuan Hong. *T. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He then turned around and tried to escape. "Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Yuan Hong stretched out his hand and grabbed the Fire Ape Emperor from the sky. He then threw the Fire Ape Emperor onto the ground, causing the ground to shake and dust to rise. "Who are you?" The Fire Ape Emperor was shocked to the extreme. In the next moment, he realized that his cultivation base had been sealed by the other party. This caused him to break out in cold sweat. "Your cultivation base is still passable. Tell me about the current situation in the Southern Mountains Range." Yuan Hong said. Since he had come to the Southern Mountains Range, he had to understand the situation. After all, the current Southern Mountains Range was much more chaotic than the other regions. Moreover, Gu Fei should be in the Southern Mountains Range as well. Yuan Hong had received news that Gu Fei had come to the Southern Mountains Range. However, he did not know that Gu Fei was in the Western Underworld Sea, helping the old tortoise to attack the forbidden area. The Fire Ape Emperor naturally did not dare to hide anything. He told Yuan Hong everything he knew. The Fire Emperor is in a standoff with the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Yuan Hong said in surprise. After that, he found out about Gu Fei from the Fire Ape Emperor. Gu Fei and the others might be in Luoxia City. Yet now an emperor was actually attacking the courtyard in Luoxia City that Gu Fei resided in. Yuan Hong couldn't help but frown when he heard this news. An emperor actually dared to challenge Gu Fei? How could that be possible? Could it be that Gu Fei isn't in Luoxia City anymore? Yuan Hong didn't make things difficult for the Fire Ape Emperor because the Fire Ape Emperor was a divine ape as well. To a certain extent, they could be considered the same as him. So, Yuan Hong let the Fire Ape Emperor off. After that, he took a step forward and soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived before the palace in the sky above the mountain range, and then he smashed it apart with a single punch. After that, he stretched out his hand and collected all the various divine materials that had fallen out from the shattered palace. What? The Fire Ape Emperor couldn't help but feel both shocked and furious when he saw the palace descend from the sky. Who exactly is this fellow? Could he be a Saint Exalt? Saint Exalts were called emperors in the heavenly dimension. Yuan Hong left immediately. It didn't take long for an extremely formidable figure to charge over from afar. Roar! That person roared furiously at the sky. His long hair danced in the wind while a peerlessly sharp gaze shot out from his eyes. Someone actually dared to destroy my palace? How despicable! Who is it? I'm going to tear him into pieces. That person roared furiously. Eldest senior brother. The Fire Ape Emperor hurriedly sent a voice transmission to that person, even though his cultivation had been sealed by Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong hadn't sealed his divine sense. Junior brother. The old man noticed the Fire Ape Emperor and quickly charged over. It didn't take long for the old man and the Fire Ape Emperor to leave. The appearance of an expert who seemed to be an emperor made them extremely nervous, and they couldn't be bothered about the destruction of their palace. One had to know that the current situation in the Nanling Mountains was extremely grim, and a war that could sweep through the entire region could erupt at any moment. The appearance of an expert who seemed to be an emperor might affect the entire situation in the Nanling Mountains. Chapter 2790. The Western Dark Sea was a peerless forbidden area. Any living creature that entered this forbidden area would only have one fate, and that was to perish inside and become a skeleton at the bottom of the Western Dark Sea. However, to everyone's disbelief, there was actually someone who dared to attack this forbidden area, and this person had a very powerful background. Perhaps in the current world, only he would dare to attack the forbidden area. If it was anyone else, they would not even dare to think about it. It should be known that this was a forbidden area that had existed since time immemorial. Even in the distant past, when there were supremes, forbidden areas still existed, and no one had ever destroyed them. For several days, the old turtle prepared to activate the Absolute Sky Formation. He wanted to use the power of the Absolute Sky Formation to obliterate the entire forbidden area and kill all the living creatures there. Gu Fei, Ming Qiong, and the Black Qilin Tiger King were also very busy. They were busy familiarizing themselves with and controlling the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. This great formation was not something that could be controlled by one person. Even the old turtle could not control the entire Absolute Sky Killing Formation. With the help of Gu Fei and the others, the true power of the Absolute Sky Killing Formation could be displayed. However, Gu Fei and the others needed time to familiarize themselves with the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. While Gu Fei and the others were familiarizing themselves with the Absolute Sky Killing Formation, many powerful figures appeared near the Western Dark Sea. Some experts were spying on them from the side. The news that the old turtle was going to attack the Western Dark Sea had already spread, causing all the experts to be moved. Many experts directly rushed to the Western Dark Sea. No one was willing to miss such a big event. More and more cultivators appeared in the mountains outside the Western Dark Sea. While the old turtle, Gu Fei, and the others were making their final preparations, the Luoxia courtyard in Luoxia City was still very calm. Outside the courtyard, the ancient heavenly arch was still attacking Luoxia City. How is this possible? the ancient heavenly Dharch, could not help but be shocked. For several days, he used all his strength to activate the absolute sky killing formation. He wanted to use the absolute sky killing formation to obliterate the absolute sky killing formation laid down by the old turtle, but who would have thought that it would be fruitless in the end? At this time, Yuan Hong also arrived near Luoxia City. Chapter 2791. Yuan Hong fought against Yuan Gu. They were both at the Holy Venerate level, but who was Yuan Hong? He was the prince of the Golden Spirit Ape race, a descendant of the invincible divine ape. He wielded the Golden Spirit cudgel of the Golden Spirit Ape race, which was an extreme divine weapon. When the cudgel smashed down, a spatial crack that stretched as far as the eye could see was created. Chaotic energy seeped out of the pitch-black spatial crack. The ancient Yuan celestial Dharch immediately retreated, but the great formation beneath his feet was directly destroyed by Yuan Hong's cudgel. Countless formation, runes, dissipated into the void. The crisis of the Luoxia courtyard was resolved just like that. Yuan Gu, where do you think you're going? At that moment, the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch had already escaped 100,000 miles away on his sword light. His speed was so fast that even Yuan Hong was startled. The sword escape technique was indeed outstanding. Swish! Yuan Hong immediately leaped up and turned into a beam of golden light that chased after the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch. This was the golden light escape technique of the Golden Spirit Ape race. It also possessed extreme speed and was extremely fast. Both of them possessed extreme speed. Soon, the two holy venerates disappeared into the endless mountains. No one knew whether Yuan Hong had caught up to the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch or not. The pressure of two extremely powerful holy venerables disappeared, allowing all living beings to heave a sigh of relief. While Yuan Hong was chasing the ancient Yuan celestial Dharch away, Gu Fei and the old turtle were preparing to activate the absolute sky formation to attack the western mysterious sea. At that moment, countless figures were watching from outside the western mysterious sea. Everyone was far away from the absolute sky-killing formation and only dared to watch from afar. Almost all the forces in the heaven realm had sent experts to the western mysterious sea. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. It must be known that no one had ever been able to flatten the forbidden zone. Someone knew the old turtle's background. Perhaps the old turtle could really flatten the forbidden zone. That guy is really crazy. He actually wants to flatten the western mysterious sea. Someone said in shock, even a supremacy can't flatten the forbidden zone. Can he really do it? Someone was extremely doubtful of the old turtle's ability. Rumble! Just as everyone was discussing, a tremor came from the absolute sky killing formation. An extremely powerful aura spread out, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. Old Tortoise finally made his move. The aura of the Supreme Sovereign Seal surged out from the absolute heavenly slaughter formation and shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The powerful energy wave dispersed the clouds in the sky. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura that was not weaker than the Grand Sovereign Seal rushed out from another direction. The extremely violent aura caused the entire area to tremble. At that moment, Gu Fei wielded the violet gold divine seal. From the seal, master of the Grand Sovereign Ancestor, also of the Saint. At this moment, Gu Fei held the purple gold divine sword in his hand and activated the killing formation he was in. The purple gold divine sword flew up from his hand and stabbed into the formation core below. The Gu celestial holy divine seal, the formation and the Ev. Gu on the Fei, the Vener, the master of and Saint Vener, the emperor, Venef, the Vener, the Veneing Gu of cures, of the Venas Gu as Veneing the seal, Veneres as could as Venth long of the sky, of Rumble, countless runes intertwined. The old turtle, Gu Fei, and Ming Qiong controlled the absolute sky killing formation and pressed down on the west Darksea Sea. The Vener's master of the absolute sky killing formation caused the surrounding space to crack. At that moment, in the depths of the West Darksea Sea, a black temple loomed in the air. An aura of death that made even the world tremble spread out from the black temple. This is... Gu Fei was shocked when he sensed the murderous aura. Roar! Terrifying demonic howls were heard from all over the West Darksea Sea. Creatures from the Forbidden Zone were howling, and terrifying silhouettes loomed in the air. The absolute Heaven Slaughter Formation. The three Great Extreme Path Saint weapons guarded the formation eye. When the Extreme Path power was activated, the power of the three Great Extreme Path Saint weapons gathered in the Supreme Killing Formation. It was not as simple as 1+1. Endless divine light continuously rushed out from the absolute heavenly slaughtering array, piercing through the void and destroying everything. Countless array patterns were being obliterated. Countless creatures from the Forbidden Zone, who emitted a towering aura of death, moved and charged out from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. However, these creatures were like moths flying into a flame. They were directly destroyed by the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. It had to be said that the power of the Absolute Sky Killing Formation was truly nature-defying. Even if a true Supreme Being were here, he would probably be moved. Under the control of Gu Fei and the others, the Absolute Sky Killing Formation kept pushing into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. The supreme power obliterated everything, and the saint-level creatures of the Forbidden Zone were all falling. The black seawater of the West Darksea Sea was quickly evaporated. The endless power of death was obliterated, and the figures of creatures from the Forbidden Zone kept falling in front of the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. Everyone who saw this scene from afar was stunned. No one had thought that the power of the Absolute Sky Killing Formation would be so terrifying. It was practically destroying the world. The Forbidden Zone was shaken. This was something that had never happened before. The endless aura of death was obliterated by the power of the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. The vast West Darksea Sea was actually collapsing into pitch-black spatial cracks. This part of the world seemed to be horrifying, as if it could collapse at any time. Within the Absolute Sky Killing Formation, billions of killing lights flashed. The three Supreme Saint weapons all emitted extremely powerful auras, especially the ominous saber. Roar! In the sky above the ominous saber, the black dragon roared, displaying its powerful might. We can really flatten this Forbidden Zone. Someone's voice was trembling. In the entire Forbidden Zone, there was not a single creature that could shake the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. They were all killed by the Absolute Sky Killing Formation, their bodies and souls destroyed. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged from the depths of the West Darksea Sea. A black temple appeared before the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. Stop! The old turtle's voice rang in the hearts of Gu Fei and Ming Qiong. The Absolute Sky Killing Formation stopped. The entire world was enveloped by the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. Once there was any movement, the old turtle would attack without hesitation. It's you again! Within the Black Temple, a creepy voice came out. A figure appeared in the temple that was surrounded by the aura of death. Haha, not bad. It's me again. This time, you guys won't be so lucky. The old turtle sat cross-legged in one of the eyes of the Absolute Sky Killing Formation. The Tai Huang seal floated before him. The power of this demon weapon was undeniable. Back when he attacked the West Darksea Sea, he had fought against this powerful creature. Since you're here, there's no need to go back. Chapter 2792. After preparing for so long, it had finally begun. Old Tortoise activated the Absolute Heaven Killing Formation, intending to use the power of the formation to flatten the entire West Darksea Sea. The combined power of the three great saint artifacts was no small matter. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword in front of Gu Fei was vibrating as if it could fly out at any time. Runes were faintly discernible on the blade. At this moment, the sword seemed to be very uneasy, as if the sword spirit could wake up from its slumber at any time. Meanwhile, the formation eye that Ming Qiong was guarding was pierced with a peerless, murderous blade. A terrifying and ferocious aura spread in all directions, causing all living beings to tremble. This old tortoise's methods are too shocking. Even the knowledgeable Ming Qiong could not help but admire old tortoise at this moment. At this rate, it would not take long to flatten the forbidden zone. Boom! At this moment, opposite the absolute heaven-killing formation, the black hole was floating in the yin qi. Endless death qi gathered to form a huge figure. Trying to flatten the forbidden zone with just a few weapons. I really don't know if you're stupid or naive. Inside the black hole, the demonic figure said coldly with a hint of disdain in his tone, "Kill." Old Tortoise's response was a Thai sovereign seal. The Thai sovereign seal flew up and smashed towards the black hole. A powerful wave spread from the Thai sovereign seal as if it was about to shatter the heavens and earth. However, a layer of blue light shield appeared above the black palace and instantly enveloped it. Bang! The Thai sovereign seal fell from the sky and smashed the layer of light on the black hole, smashing the black hole from the sky. Boom! The black hole fell into the West Darksea Sea, splashing water everywhere. It didn't shatter. Old Tortoise was extremely shocked. The black hole was extremely sturdy. It was probably protected by an extreme Tao pattern that could compete with the Thai sovereign seal. It would not be destroyed just like that. Roar! At the same time, a dragon's roar was heard. A huge dragon rushed out of the killing formation and pounced directly at the black hole that had fallen into the West Darksea Sea. Boom! The huge dragon directly collided with the black hole and sent it flying. Then, an extremely sharp sword light descended from the sky and slashed at the black hole. The powerful sword light finally broke the light shield on the black temple and left a sword mark on it. Then, the black temple fell into the netherworld sea again. I will let you know what absolute power is. The terrifying figure's voice rang out from within the black palace. Then the entire black palace erupted with blue divine flames, as if it was on fire. A terrifying figure walked out from the black temple. It was a young man. He stepped into the sky and directly attacked the absolute heaven-killing formation. Boom! The youth immediately swung his fist towards the absolute heaven-killing array. In the next moment, a scene that caused Gu Fei and the others to be dumbfounded appeared. That person actually shook the entire absolute heaven slaughter array with a single punch, and the runes were directly dispersed by this punch. "Let me deal with you." Gu Fei shouted and directly swallowed the purple gold divine sword that was floating in front of him. In the next moment, the power of the supreme formation immediately gathered from all directions and entered his body. Kill! Gu Fei attracted the power of the supreme formation to his body. His combat power was soaring. At this moment, he felt that he could smash the stars in the sky with a single punch. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of that youth. Then he extended his hand and directly grabbed at that youth. That youth threw a punch towards Gu Fei's right hand. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei was like a huge mountain, not moving an inch. As for that youth, he was pushed back by Gu Fei's power. One sword to destroy the heavens. Gu Fei directly used the sword of destruction of the heavens. A dazzling sword light pierced towards that youth like the Milky Way. Sword Qi enveloped the entire sky. This was the Paragon Sword Tao. It had unimaginable power. Swoosh! At the moment when the sword light slashed down, that youth actually disappeared into the void. In the next moment, that youth appeared above his head and stomped down on him. A ball of blue hellfire burst out from beneath the youth's feet, instantly enveloping Gu Fei. However, a ball of chaotic divine light emerged from Gu Fei's body and protected him, blocking out all of the nether fire that was coming down from the young man's feet. Heaven covering palm. Gu Fei immediately used a martial arts technique. A huge palm appeared high up in the sky, enveloping the entire sky, and slammed towards the youth. Bang! With a muffled sound, that youth was directly pushed back. Humph, you were just boasting shamelessly. But now, you're still being suppressed by me. Gu Fei's strength was unparalleled. He used the 8 desolate steps and instantly chased after that youth. With another palm strike, an extremely strong force shook the entire sky. This was the most powerful force that he could use. Haha, this is just a warm-up. The youth laughed loudly as he rushed back from afar. With a flip of his right hand, a demonic halberd immediately appeared in his hand. At the same time, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a sword. This sword was the divine weapon that he had refined himself, called the 9 Heaven Stars sword. Gu Fei held the 9 Heaven Stars sword and then slashed at the youth opposite him. A dazzling sword light immediately rushed out from the sword, and the extremely sharp sword light cut through the void. Clang! The youth waved the halberd in his hand and directly shattered the sword light. Then he swung the halberd towards Gu Fei's head. This was an evenly matched battle. The youth's cultivation and combat strength were also infinitely close to the extreme saint level. He was fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. Old Tortoise and Ming Qiong were watching nervously. They naturally wanted Gu Fei to defeat that guy as soon as possible. However, that guy was really strong, and it was difficult to suppress him in a short time. Gu Fei held the 9 Heaven Stars sword and then slashed at the youth opposite him. A dazzling sword light immediately rushed out from the sword, and extremely sharp sword light cut through the void. Clang! The youth waved the halberd in his hand and directly shattered the sword light. Then he swung the halberd towards Gu Fei's head. This was an evenly matched battle. The youth's cultivation and combat strength were also infinitely close to the extreme saint level. He was fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. Chapter 2793. After preparing for such a long time, the old tortoise finally made his move. The great formation of sky severing displayed its strongest power and directly pushed toward the western underworld sea. The endless power of death was obliterated by the great formation of sky severing. Countless creatures in the Forbidden Zone were startled, and all of them rushed toward the great formation of sky severing like moths flying into a flame. As soon as those creatures that entered the great formation of sky severing came into contact with it, they would be obliterated into a cloud of blood mist and dissipate between heaven and earth. Even the saint-level creatures in the Forbidden Zone were no exception. Soon, the most powerful beings in the Forbidden Zone were startled. The Black Temple rushed out of the Nether Sea. An extremely powerful figure walked out of the Black Temple and fought with Gu Fei. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void like lightning, but disappeared in an instant as if they had never appeared. Clang! The black-robed youngster waved the demonic halberd and swept it at Gu Fei. The void was cut open by the halberd. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He quickly blocked the halberd with the 9th Heaven Stars sword in his hand. The violent impact made his hand that was holding the sword tremble. What a powerful force! Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent. The black-robed youngster's physical body was so strong that it could compete with him. Again, Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. The 9th Heaven Stars sword in his hand burst out a dazzling sword light. The heaven-punishing sword chi surged, pierced the void, and strangled the black-robed youngster. Haha! The black-robed youngster flew backward and instantly avoided the strangling heaven-punishing sword chi. Then he rushed forward again, waved the demonic halberd, and directly chopped at Gu Fei's head. Heaven-punishing sword! Gu Fei roared. He turned into an unimaginably powerful sword light and soared into the sky. shaking off the black-robed youngster's demonic halberd. What? The black-robed young man was truly shocked. He never expected Gu Fei to have such a move up his sleeves. His body transformed into an extreme sword light and displayed the profound meaning of the sword Tao. This was a divine ability that could only be obtained when one had cultivated the sword Tao to the pinnacle. Shua. The extremely sharp heaven-punishing sword light instantly pierced through the body of the black-robed youth. Then, the sword light disappeared and Gu Fei's figure appeared behind the black-robed youth. Old Tortoise and Ming Qiong, who were inside the absolute sky formation, were both surprised and overjoyed to see this. The sky-punishing sword path was an extreme sword path. Even a holy Venerable would die if struck by the sword light of this sword path. The black-robed youth was the most powerful being in the restricted zone, but he had no choice but to suffer a grievance after being struck by the sword light manifested from the extreme Tao of sword Tao. In the next moment, the black-clothed young man's entire body emanated numerous rays of light that could annihilate the heavens. After that, his entire body was obliterated by the rays of light that erupted from within his body, and he was directly transformed into ash. A demonic halberd fell from the sky into the netherworld sea. Roar. Just as Gu Fei killed the creature from the restricted zone, an angry roar was heard from the floating black temple in front of him. Another extremely powerful figure walked out of the black temple. Rumble! As the figure appeared, the entire world shook. Endless power of death gathered towards the figure from all directions and was devoured and absorbed by the figure. It was a black-robed, middle-aged man with a head of white hair and a pair of blood-red eyes. The middle-aged man was shrouded in black qi from head to toe, and blurry figures could be vaguely seen within the black qi. Another one. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. Old Tortoise, it's your turn. Gu Fei directly rushed back into the absolute sky formation and sat in the center of the formation. A sword shadow rushed out of his body and turned into a purple-gold divine sword. This guy, Old Tortoise, could not help but shake his head when he saw that Gu Fei had retreated. Then he directly rushed out of the center of the formation. He held the Tai Huang seal in his hand and went to meet the middle-aged man. Powerful demonic power spread between heaven and earth, and 9 rays of demonic light circled around him. Tai Huang. The white-haired, red-eyed middle-aged man stared at the ancient seal in Old Tortoise's hand. His tone was very calm, and there was no expression on his face. Who are you? A genius that died here in the ancient times. Old Tortoise sized up the white-haired young man in front of him and said, he knew that the netherworld sea was not as simple as it seemed. Many geniuses from the ancient times had fallen here, and their bodies were immortal, turning into creatures from the restricted zone. The white-haired, middle-aged man did not say anything else. An extremely powerful battle intent erupted from his body, and the endless power of death was vast and mighty. He extended his hand, and the demonic halberd that had fallen in the netherworld sea immediately rushed out of the netherworld sea and flew into the middle-aged man's hand. After the white-haired, middle-aged man grasped the demonic halberd, his entire aura increased a lot. The void around him became unstable, and pitch-black cracks appeared in the void. It seemed that the world and the void could not contain this extremely powerful physical body. Interesting. Old Tortoise smiled. This opponent was not bad, and he could have some fun. The white-haired, middle-aged man shook the demonic halberd in his hand, and the shadow of a dragon immediately emerged from the demonic halberd. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, as if it was choosing someone to devour. A powerful force was awakened from the demonic halberd. Die. The demonic halberd in the white-haired, middle-aged man's hand turned into a demonic dragon and pounced at Old Tortoise. The void trembled, and the entire sky seemed to be collapsing. The netherworld, sea below, set off monstrous waves. Countless skeletons at the bottom of the sea were flipped up by the waves, and even immortal corpses were floating in the netherworld sea. Bang! Old Tortoise slammed his palm forward and directly blocked the demonic dragon that was charging at him. The violent impact shattered the surrounding void. Swoosh! Within the black mist, a demonic halberd broke through the void and hacked at Old Tortoise's head. Clang! Old Tortoise raised the ancient seal in his hand to block the demonic halberd. A wave of demonic power erupted from the ancient seal, knocking the demonic halberd away. The Tai Huang seal was a demonic weapon of the extreme path, after all. The powerful rebounding force actually knocked the demonic halberd out of the white-haired, middle-aged man's hand. Bang! The Tai Huang seal in Old Tortoise's hand flew up and knocked the white-haired, middle-aged man away. His body shattered in the void. What? Inside the great array of absolute sky, Gu Fei and Ming Qiong were both shocked to see this. No way! The winner was decided so quickly. Chapter 2794. Creatures from the Forbidden Land were extremely powerful. Even after being smashed by the Tai Huang seal in the old turtle's hand, they could still instantly reconstruct their bodies and restore their peak combat strength. Haha, very good. It would be too boring if you were smashed to death by my Tai Huang seal. The old turtle laughed. The white-haired, middle-aged man did not say anything. His blood-red eyes flashed with ferocious light, and the ultimate power of death surged from his body. He stretched out his right hand, and the halberd that was knocked away by the Tai Huang seal flew back into his hand. Boom! An even more powerful power of death erupted from the white-haired, middle-aged man. Runes emerged on his body, and the power contained in the halberd in his hand was completely stimulated. Roar! The shadow of a demonic dragon rushed out from the halberd and roared at the sky. Although it was not a real body of flesh and blood, the old turtle seemed to have heard the shocking roar of the dragon. Buzz! At this time, the Tai Huang seal in the old turtle's hand also vibrated. Ancient runes emerged from the ancient seal and interweaved into mysterious Tao diagrams. The power of the Tai Huang seal was also recovering. Bring it on. The old turtle crooked his finger at the white-haired, middle-aged man. He still looked relaxed, as if he did not care about this extremely powerful creature from the Forbidden Land. Arrogant, the white-haired, middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Then his entire body turned into a black light and fused with the halberd. He launched an extremely powerful attack at the old turtle. Swoosh! The halberd tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of the old turtle. The ultimate power of death displayed a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Boom! Old Tortoise immediately took out the Tai Huang seal. An ancient seal flew up and collided with the demonic halberd, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The two extremely powerful forces collided together, and the resulting energy storm swept out in all directions. The netherworld sea below was directly obliterated by this force, and the countless bones in the netherworld sea were also shattered into dust. Rumble! The earth trembled, and the entire West Nether Sea became unstable. The water of the Nether Sea was constantly being destroyed, and some places were already showing the surface. The demonic halberd shattered, and the demonic patterns within it were obliterated. The white-haired middle-aged man was sent flying backward, and his body once again shattered in the void. This time he still survived and quickly condensed a physical body in the void. You're still not dead? Within the absolute sky formation, Gu Fei and Ming Qiong couldn't help being shocked. After all, the Grand Sovereign Seal was a demonic weapon of the extreme Tao. It possessed immense power. This white-robed, middle-aged man had been smashed twice by the Grand Sovereign Seal, but he was still able to reform his body. That surprised even Gu Fei. Could it be that this fellow had also cultivated the Ascension's secret art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Could it be that he possessed an almost undying body? Bang! The Tai Sovereign Seal flew over once more, smashing the middle-aged man into pieces once more. This time, the Tai Sovereign Seal unleashed a powerful force, sealing off the middle-aged man's path of retreat. Rumble, the Tai sovereign seal, continued to vibrate, and the power that emanated from the ancient seal directly shattered the middle-aged man's body. Then it turned his shattered body into dust. This was the destruction of both body and soul, the most thorough way for a cultivator to die. The white-haired, middle-aged man died without a doubt. After all, the old turtle was a descendant of the Tai sovereign and possessed the Tai sovereign seal, who could compete with a demonic weapon of the extreme Tao. The moment the white-haired, middle-aged man died, the black temple that was floating in front of them began to tremble. A powerful aura was emitted from the black temple. "You're all trash." An old voice came from the black temple. Then, an old man walked out of the black temple. He was a hunchbacked old man with white hair and beard. He was so old that all his teeth had fallen out. He held a dragon-headed walking stick and stared at the old turtle in front of him. The old man breathed in and out, and the surrounding worldly essence immediately gathered towards him. The old turtle didn't attack right away. He was waiting for the old man to recover his cultivation. Then he would defeat him and torture him. "Why aren't you attacking yet?" Suddenly a voice rang in the old turtle's mind. The owner of the voice was none other than Gu Fei. What's the rush?" the old turtle said. He was still observing the changes of the old man. After the old man devoured the endless power of death, he actually became younger. The old turtle was taken aback. This old man was not simple. He actually used a secret technique to adjust his body to its optimal state. Soon, the old man was no longer hunchbacked, and his eyes were no longer cloudy. His white hair quickly turned black, and a tall middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. "This is your peak state," the old turtle mocked. "Come here and die." The middle-aged man in white said coldly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. "Ha!" the old turtle laughed. This guy actually dared to ask him to go and die. Does this guy think he's a supreme master? Looks like I'll have to do it myself. The middle-aged man in white sighed and walked towards Old Tortoise. The old man directly swallowed the heaven and earth, and the surrounding heaven and earth essence immediately gathered towards him. The old turtle did not attack immediately. He was waiting for the old man to recover his cultivation base. Then he would defeat and torture him. "Why aren't you attacking yet?" Suddenly, a voice rang in the old turtle's mind. The owner of the voice was none other than Gu Fei. What's the rush?" the old turtle said. He was still observing the changes of the old man in front of him. After the old man devoured the endless power of death, he actually became younger. The old turtle was taken aback. This old man was not simple. He actually used a secret technique to adjust his body to its optimal state. Soon, the old man was no longer hunchbacked, and his eyes were no longer cloudy. His white hair quickly turned black, and a tall middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. "This is your peak state," the old turtle mocked. Come here and die." The middle-aged man in white said coldly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. "Ha!" the old turtle laughed. This guy actually dared to ask him to go and die. Does this guy think he's a supreme master? Looks like I'll have to do it myself. Chapter 2795. The creatures in the Forbidden Land were unimaginably powerful. The old man had become younger and had returned to his most powerful state. This was definitely not a good thing for the old tortoise. "Kill!" The old tortoise activated the Tai Huang seal and charged at the middle-aged man. A powerful wave of energy spread from the seal and caused a great collapse. A series of pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The void collapsed and turned into nothingness. Even the primal chaos chi was forced out of the void. Although the middle-aged man was strong, he wasn't strong enough to contend with the demon weapon of the extreme path. He was sent flying thousands of miles away by the mighty power of the Tai Huang seal. He kept coughing up blood. The Tai Huang seal really lives up to its name. The middle-aged man sighed. He tightened his grip on the dragon head cane, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Rumble! The black temple behind him was shaking. Waves of death energy were released from the black temple and were forcibly devoured by the middle-aged man. A terrifying aura of death erupted from his body. Go to hell! The middle-aged man roared and took out the dragon head cane in his hand. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar reverberated in the air. The dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens as the dragon-headed crutch transformed into a gigantic dragon that charged at Old Tortoise. Humph! The Old Tortoise sneered and shook the Tai Huang seal in his hand. The true dragon that was pouncing towards him immediately collapsed in the void, and a powerful demonic power spread out from the Tai Huang seal. Kacha! Something shattered in the void. It was the dragon head cane that had reverted to its original form. It was a bone cane refined from the spine of a real dragon. At this moment, the cane that was refined from the spine of a real dragon was shattered by the Tai Huang seal. The runes inside the cane were destroyed, and it turned into bone powder that dissipated in the void. Seeing the scene, the middle-aged man was finally moved. The extreme path demon weapon was indeed powerful to an unimaginable extent. The power that spread out from the Tai Huang seal directly shattered everything. The middle-aged man was once again sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his powerful body, as if an exquisite porcelain had been smashed. Buzz! The void shook as the middle-aged man slammed into the Black Palace behind him. The Black Palace shook as if it would fall from the sky at any time. The power that emanated from the Grand Sovereign Seal was infinitely close to the power of an extreme Supreme Master, and it was enough to sweep away everything. Rumble! At this moment, in the depths of the Forbidden Zone, another Black Palace rushed out of the Netherworld Sea. The monstrous death aura from the Black Palace instantly enveloped the entire Netherworld Sea. Roar! A series of bone-chilling roars came from the depths of the West Nether Sea, as if countless demons and ghosts were howling. Boom! In the next moment, the Black Temple exploded and a figure shrouded in black chi walked out. 2 blood-red eyes swept over Old Tortoise. Humph, you're dead this time. The real ruler has finally been alerted. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. He had suffered an unimaginable impact and immediately hid in the Black Palace, intending to escape into the depths of the West Nether Sea. However, at that moment, a pitch-black hand reached over from afar and grabbed the Black Palace. Then it exerted force. Bang! The Black Palace was actually crushed by the Black Hand. The middle-aged man in the Black Palace screamed and turned into a cloud of blood mist. The extremely powerful death energy was directly devoured by the huge black hand that had grabbed Black Temple. Roar! The black figure that had devoured the death energy roared into the sky. The entire West Nether Sea shook violently under the roar. It was extremely ferocious. Seeing the scene, Old Tortoise and the others could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Swoosh! Old Tortoise held the Grand Sovereign Seal and rushed into the absolute Heaven Kill formation. Bang! At the same time, a black hand descended from the sky and slammed down on the absolute Heaven Kill formation. A terrifying death energy descended from the black hand, causing the entire absolute Heaven Kill formation to shake. Buzz! The supreme divine weapons that guarded the 3 formation eyes began to shake. The sleeping gods and the 3 supreme divine weapons showed signs of awakening. The aura of the supreme path was vast and mighty. Is the big guy finally out? In the absolute Heaven Kill formation, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The black figure in front of him made him shudder. It was as if he was facing a true supreme path cultivator. The West Netherworld Ocean was a terrifying forbidden land that was formed after a supreme being fell. That supreme being was definitely an extreme Tao level creature. Could it be that the remnant of the supreme being's soul didn't disappear and cultivate it again? Gu Fei guessed. Buzz! At this moment, a strange sound came from the formation eye that Ming Qiong was guarding. A huge dragon's shadow shot into the sky, emitting an extremely ferocious aura as it went towards the black hand that was slapping down from the sky. That was the power of the supreme ominous saber being activated. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering rumble, the huge black dragon and the mountain-like black hand collided in an instant. The two extremely powerful forces directly shattered the void, and countless runes dissipated in the void. The black hand disappeared, and the dragon's shadow collapsed. The two forces were actually evenly matched. This scene made Gu Fei and Old Tortoise dumbfounded. One should know that that was the power of the supreme ominous saber. That being could actually fight against it. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated in the sky. In the formation eye that Ming Qiong was guarding, the black dragon's shadow could be seen faintly. Swoosh! At this moment, the extremely powerful black shadow charged straight into the absolute heaven-killing formation. The entire killing formation was filled with murderous intent, and the sun and moon seemed to lose their luster. The three divine weapons of the extreme Tao rushed out from the three formation cores and attacked the black shadow. The aura of the extreme Tao filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, the aura of the supreme path spread out from the west border sea. All living beings in the heaven realm felt this supreme and silent divine might and were extremely terrified. What's going on? Is there a supreme weapon of the supreme path? The old antiques in the heaven realm could no longer sit still. They all jumped out. Is the west border sea caused by the Tai Huang sun? Someone asked. It was no secret that the old tortoise was attacking the west border sea. All the sects and clans in the heaven realm knew about this. At this moment, countless living beings gathered outside the west border. Sea collapsed to the ground. Even the saint-level beings were no exception. The aura of the supreme path spread out from the west border sea. Even the saint-level beings were terrified. They could not straighten their backs and had to lower their proud heads. Even quasi-supreme beings would tremble under the divine might of the supreme path. Rumble! The absolute heaven-killing formation shook violently. The 3 supreme weapons of the supreme path took form and faced the powerful figure of death. The gods and the weapons had completely awakened from their slumber. A black dragon emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced at the figure of death. It was a primordial dragon formed from a peerless blade. Bang! The death silhouette punched out and started fighting with the black dragon. At the same time, the violet gold divine sword turned into a thin Tao cultivator. He used a supreme divine art of the immortal path and attacked the figure of death. Bizi, an unfathomable power of the immortal path instantly enveloped the figure of death, obliterating it in the void. However, the figure of death was not truly obliterated by the power of the immortal path. It appeared again in the next moment and slapped at the thin Tao cultivator, forcing him away. The grand sovereign seal turned into a blurry figure of a supreme sovereign, displaying an extremely powerful attack. With a point of his finger, he pierced through the forehead of the figure of death and sent it flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Roar! The supreme figure of death roared towards the sky, and a pitch-black, deathly aura swept out from its body, enveloping the entire West Underworld Sea. The power of death in the entire West Underworld Sea was attracted by this supreme existence. It was as if a real demon of the extreme path was awakening. An unimaginably terrifying aura spread out from the west border sea. The cultivators who were not far away from the west border sea suddenly felt that their essence was being drained away by a strange force. Those cultivators were terrified to the extreme. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. In just an instant, these cultivators who were watching the battle outside the western Nether Sea turned into dried corpses. Their essence, energy, and soul were all forcibly devoured by the supreme figure of death. When the other cultivators saw this, they were scared out of their wits and retreated further away in panic. At this time, Gu Fei and the others used all their strength to control the absolute heaven slaughter formation, trapping the figure of death in the formation. The three supreme divine weapons attacked the figure at the same time. This was a battle between supremes. It was a battle between supreme-level powers. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even the exit of the ancient road to heaven in the distance was affected and was on the verge of collapse. If it wasn't for the Skylink platform suppressing the ancient road to heaven, it would have collapsed a long time ago. No one thought that the ruler of the Forbidden Land would be so powerful. Even if Renhuang Jiang from the human realm came, he would not be able to destroy this Forbidden Land. After the three supreme divine weapons were awakened, they could exert the power of a supreme-level power. But now, the three supreme divine weapons were only able to gain a slight advantage. The figure of death was too powerful and terrifying. No wonder the west border, sea, could exist since ancient times. No one had ever been able to destroy this Forbidden Land. At this time, through the ancient road to heaven, the aura of the supreme divine weapons and the death aura of the figure of death appeared in the human realm. All the creatures in the human realm were alarmed. No one knew what was happening in the heaven realm, and they were all terrified to the extreme. What's going on? Chapter 2796. The old turtle and Gu Fei had joined forces to attack the West Dark Sea in an attempt to open a path to the mortal realm. However, this battle had alarmed countless experts in the heavenly and mortal realms. The terrifying might of the extreme Tao spread through the two realms. It was unknown just how many super old antiques were startled awake from their slumber. What's going on? The timing isn't right. This shouldn't be happening. There were super ancient beings who woke up from their slumber, muttering to themselves. The divine might of the extreme Tao was vast and mighty in the heaven realm and the mortal world. Was this a sign that a great change was about to arrive? Are those people coming back? In the depths of the devil domain of the far north, a figure sitting cross-legged on a yin-yang taiji diagram opened his eyes. This was a supreme powerhouse who had suppressed the devil cave of the far north all by himself. This was the ruthless person who had reversed life and death with the yin-yang jade pendant that Gu Fei had obtained. It's not time yet. Could it be that little fellow's doing again? In the depths of an unknown mountain range in the mortal realm, the aura of the ghost Tao was vast and mighty. The entire region was shrouded in darkness. Even during the day, the sunlight couldn't penetrate the darkness. In the depths of this region, a black temple floated in the air above the mountain range. A white-robed man with a crown on his head sat on the throne. This person was Ghost Emperor Fengdu. In other regions of the mortal realm, powerful existences were also roaring. At the same time, a sigh came from the depths of the immortal fiend abyss. In the celestial realm, all the cultivators couldn't sit still. The extreme Tao's might was so mighty that even the monarchs were horrified. Many old antiques immediately set off for the West Dark Sea. This, in the southern mountains, Yuan Hong, who was fighting the ancient celestial emperor's clone, couldn't help but be alarmed when he sensed the boundless might of the extreme Tao. The ancient celestial emperor took advantage of Yuan Hong's momentary distraction to pull away from him and crush a jade talisman. In the next moment, the ancient celestial emperor vanished from the void. What? Yuan Hong wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Preposterous! Yuan Hong muttered to himself. This primordial, heavenly, the arch, was simply too cunning. After that, he did not go to the courtyard in Luoxia City. Instead, he found a big city and used the teleportation platform in the big city to leave the southern mountains for the western underworld sea. Yuan Hong was naturally very curious about what had happened in the western netherworld sea. While all the cultivators in the heaven realm were focused on the netherworld sea, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise, the protagonists of the incident, were in big trouble. Rumble! The entire absolute heavenly slaughter formation was circulating furiously, causing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to crazily gather over. The three supreme figures exuded an extreme aura. These three figures were working together to fight against a supreme death figure. The figure of death displayed supreme battle prowess that caused the world to pale. It was actually able to attack and defend even under the combined attacks of three supreme saint artifacts. Although it was at a disadvantage, it could turn the tables at any time. Bang! The thin Taoist transformed from the purple gold divine sword struck out with his palm, sending the figure of death flying. Swoosh! At the same time, a dark light descended from the sky and directly struck the head of the figure of death. The figure of death was shocked and hurriedly tilted its head. The dark light struck the figure of death's shoulder, but there was no scene of blood splattering. The dark light dissipated and a big black blade could be seen striking the figure of death's left shoulder. The most powerful creature in the Forbidden Zone reached out and tried to pull out the big black blade that had slashed into its shoulder. However, at that moment, the big black blade erupted with an extremely powerful and domineering power. Buzz! The black blade vibrated. In the next moment, half of the body of the powerful dead spirit immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist. The right half of its body fell from the sky, and with a plop, it fell into the netherworld sea. The power of the peerless blade was indeed terrifying. At this moment, the blurry figure that had evolved from the grand sovereign seal swooped down from the sky and slammed its palm into the depths of the netherworld sea. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The huge hand directly shattered everything below it, shattering the void and sending out chaotic chi. This was the power of the grand sovereign seal. Boom! Everything was destroyed. A destructive force at the level of extreme Tao surged out from the depths of the western underworld sea. Several black temples that were still hidden in the underworld sea were instantly shattered by the giant hand that had evolved from the Tai Huang seal. The peerlessly powerful dead spirits in the black temples were directly destroyed in body and soul. Gu Fei, the old turtle, and Ming Qiang, who had been grabbed by Gu Fei, were all doing their best to activate the slaughter of heaven formation of death. They gathered the essence of the world from all directions, causing the extreme power within the three supreme saint weapons to continuously recover. At this moment, even the world could not withstand the might of the extreme path from the three supreme saint weapons. Huge black cracks the size of mountains appeared in the sky. Roar! With a roar, boundless, deathly aura surged. The extremely powerful dead spirit that had its left side shattered by the peerless blade broke out of the netherworld sea and charged out. Kill! The dead spirit seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. It directly charged towards the blurry figure of the invincible emperor formed from the grand sovereign seal. Bang! The figure formed from the grand sovereign seal pointed out with a finger, and the dead spirit immediately exploded. Its body was pulverized, and a dark light wrapped around a figure that shot into the sky in an attempt to escape. Do you think you can escape? Gu Fei just happened to see this from within the slaughter of heaven formation of death. He could not help but be moved. If the power of the supreme saint weapons were to be awakened, it would be far too terrifying. It was as if a supreme saint had personally descended. As expected, there was no suspense. A dark light slashed out, and the soul of the dead spirit was immediately destroyed by the peerless blade. It was dead. An extreme-level dead spirit had died, just like that. Its soul had been destroyed by the peerless blade. With the death of the dead spirit, the entire netherworld sea became somewhat different. However, even Gu Fei could not tell what had happened to the Forbidden Zone. Haha, good, we finally succeeded. The old turtle laughed excitedly. He had prepared for so long, and all his efforts did not go to waste. The netherworld sea had actually been leveled by him. When the news spread out, everyone was stunned. The netherworld sea was a forbidden zone that had existed since the ancient times, but it was leveled by Gu Fei, just like that. Everyone felt like they were in a dream because the news was too unreal. Some even thought that it was a prank, a scam. However, the truth was the truth. Gu Fei and the old turtle had really leveled the Netherworld Sea. This was the Netherworld Sea, the place where the exit of the ancient path to heaven was located. Opening the path to the mortal realm was the old turtle's goal. For this goal, he had put in a lot of effort. The slaughter of heaven formation of death was not so easy to set up. Today was a very important day for all the cultivators in the heaven realm and the human realm, because the path to the mortal realm had finally been opened. Very quickly, a saint from the human realm appeared at the exit of the ancient path to heaven. It was an old man. He was extremely excited, and his body was trembling. Chapter 2797. Everyone was dumbfounded that the old tortoise had really flattened the forbidden area. Before this, no one was optimistic about the old tortoise and thought that it was impossible. However, the old tortoise succeeded. The flattening of the West Underworld Sea was a major event that shook the entire heaven realm and the entire human world. The impact of this event was far-reaching. The path to heaven was finally open. Without the obstruction of the West Underworld Sea, the heaven realm's forbidden area, cultivators from the heaven realm and the human world could travel freely. The path to heaven had become a true path to heaven and was no longer a dead end. Of course, the old tortoise could not have flattened the West Underworld Sea alone. Without Gu Fei's full help, the old tortoise would not have been able to flatten the West Underworld Sea. At this time, the endless power of death condensed in the West Underworld Sea was constantly being erased by the absolute heavenly slaughter formation. However, this was, after all, an ominous domain formed by a supreme being's inner world after his death. It was not easy to completely erase the power of death. Gu Fei and the others killing the strongest undead in this area was only the first step to flattening the forbidden area. At this time, the West Underworld Sea had dried up, revealing countless skeletons that had been submerged in the bottom of the sea for countless years. Throughout the years, no one knew how many creatures had fallen here. Among the skeletons, there were beast bones as large as mountains and ancient corpses whose flesh and blood had not melted. Some of the ancient corpses were extraordinary. They were dressed in ancient clothes, and their corpses were immortal. When they were alive, they were definitely extremely powerful beings in the world, but they had fallen here. The absolute heavenly slaughter formation enveloped the entire West Underworld Sea, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth from all directions to continuously refine the aura of death in the West Underworld Sea. Anyone who wanted to enter the heaven realm or the human world needed the old tortoise's approval. After all, no one dared to break into the absolute heavenly slaughter formation recklessly. At this time, the three supreme holy weapons were still guarding the three formation cores. Although the weapons had quietened down, they still emitted a faint aura of the supreme path. Even the faint and extremely weak aura of the supreme path was not something that ordinary saint-level beings could withstand. Even a quasi-supreme being would not dare to break into the formation recklessly. Do you want to go to the mortal world? In the middle of the killing formation of the heavens, a divine island was floating. In the center of the divine island was a valley. There were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. It was like a fairyland. In a pavilion, Old Tortoise was drinking with Gu Fei. "Your proposal is very attractive." Gu Fei smiled and picked up the glass. "Don't you still have a saint tool of the extreme Tao with Renhuangjiang in the human realm? Don't you want to get it back?" Old Tortoise gave Gu Fei a meaningful look. "You mean the mountain and river cauldron?" Gu Fei said with a smile. Then he gulped down the immortal wine in his cup. "Ha!" Old Tortoise also smiled, but he did not say anything. Then he lifted the wine pot and filled the cup in front of Gu Fei. The fragrance of wine lingered in the pavilion. "Are you thinking about the mountain and river cauldron?" Gu Fei said. He knew Old Tortoise too well. This guy would never do anything without benefits. However, he did not know what this guy was thinking. "Haha, look at what you're saying. We're brothers. What's the difference between us? Old Tortoise laughed. Say it. Gu Fei went straight to the point. Old Tortoise was being nice for no reason. It seemed that something was wrong. If things were as difficult as this time, Gu Fei would not have agreed to help. This time he almost lost his life here. Actually, I know a place with great fortune. I just don't know if you're interested. Old Tortoise hesitated and said, if there's a great fortune, you would have gone there yourself. Why would you ask me to go with you? Gu Fei said with a look of disbelief. Haha, am I that kind of person? Old Tortoise blushed and said, That place is not easy to enter. Gu Fei said indifferently, You even know this? Do you have the ability to predict the future? Old Tortoise pretended to be surprised and said, Sure enough. Gu Fei said with a look of understanding, This guy really encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, so he thought of me. This guy is really a bastard. Sigh, I really can't hide anything from you. Old Tortoise said with a sigh. He also knew that it would not be easy to fool Gu Fei. Gu Fei was not someone who could be easily fooled. Say it. Gu Fei said. Then I'll say it. The old tortoise then told him a true story. It was a place where one could obtain great fortune, and it was a legendary place. The legend of the primordial era was true because he had been to that place before. Back then, when the Supreme Emperor was invincible, Old Tortoise had been to every place in the world. He could even go to those dreaded, forbidden areas. The Supreme Emperor was an invincible expert of an era. He was a supreme being. There was no place in the world that he couldn't go. Old Tortoise was the son of the Supreme Emperor. He had followed the Supreme Emperor to a place that only the supreme experts could enter. Only the supreme experts can enter. It's useless for you to find me. I'm not a supreme expert. Hearing this, Gu Fei was confused. He was not a supreme expert, so he was not qualified to enter the legendary place that Old Tortoise mentioned. Well, there is actually another way to enter that place. Old Tortoise said, You mean the mountain and river cauldron? At this moment, Gu Fei understood. Old Tortoise said so much for only one purpose, and that was to get the mountain and river cauldron. That's right. Old Tortoise nodded and said, Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the mortal world. Gu Fei said, You have to. Old Tortoise nodded and said with a solemn expression, You have to. You can go if you want, but I'm not going. Gu Fei said in a displeased tone, Well, brother, it's not that I don't want to go, but that Jiang Renhuang won't give me face. If I go, I definitely won't be able to get the mountain and river cauldron. Old Tortoise was a little anxious. Don't say anything else. Give me the reward first. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Gu Fei said. He almost died this time, and Old Tortoise hadn't given him the reward yet. If it wasn't for him, Old Tortoise wouldn't have been able to level the West Main Ocean. Here, I'll give it to you right away. Old Tortoise took out a jade bottle and handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the jade bottle and uncorked it. A powerful breath of life immediately rushed out from the jade bottle. The red spirit light turned into a blood dragon shadow, hovering above the mouth of the bottle. Not bad. Gu Fei stuffed the bottle and put it away. What do you want the ancestral dragon real blood for? Old Tortoise asked. He was very curious. The ancestral dragon real blood couldn't improve Gu Fei's cultivation, nor could it be used to refine his body and make his martial body more powerful, because Gu Fei's martial body was already strong enough. Even the ancestral dragon real blood couldn't make his martial body more powerful, unless it was the extreme true blood. Extreme true blood wasn't easy to get. Even if he got it, Gu Fei couldn't use it, because the extreme true blood was too powerful and overbearing. It contained the essence of an extreme supremacy. Not everyone could refine this kind of true blood. The ancestral dragon wasn't an extreme supremacy. The ancestral dragon was still a distance away from that level. To some extent, Old Tortoise was also an ancestral dragon. In fact, what was in the jade bottle was Old Tortoise's true blood. It's a secret. Goofface said, "All right, I've given you the ancestral dragon real blood. Can you go to the mortal world?" Old Tortoise said in a pleading tone, "I'll think about it." Goofface said he wouldn't agree so easily. After all, he didn't know what the situation was in the mortal world. He didn't know if Jiang Renhuang was still in the mortal world. In fact, he also wanted to go. After all, his forces were in the mortal world. He had to gather those people, especially Li Lingfeng's life and death. Goofei never forgot what he wanted to do. He wanted to rebuild the Taishan sect and gather his former sect members. However, this was definitely not an easy task. However, for Goofei, no matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. Goofei and Old Tortoise continued to drink. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A guest came to the Shiming Sea. The man claimed to be Goofei's brother. The people of the demon clan didn't dare to be negligent. Soon, Goofei got the news and came out to greet him. "Brother Monkey, it's you." When Goofei saw the man, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. "Brother, how have you been?" Yuan Hong directly walked up and hugged Goofei tightly. Goofei directly welcomed Yuan Hong into the absolute killing formation. "Monkey, what are you doing here?" When Old Tortoise saw Yuan Hong, he didn't have a good expression. "Old Tortoise, can't I come to see my brother?" Yuan Hong glared at Old Tortoise and said, "Humph." Old Tortoise snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. I was wondering why this Old Tortoise was so fierce. He could actually flatten the Shiming Sea. So that's how it is. Yuan Hong said with a look of sudden realization, "Monkey, what do you mean by this?" Old Tortoise was unhappy. "I don't mean anything. It's the truth." Yuan Hong said with a shrug, "You." Old Tortoise seemed to be angry. All right. The two of you are like two fighting cocks the moment you meet. Do you want to have a fight?" Goofei said snappily. Monkeys and tortoises really couldn't get along. "Well, brother, for your sake, I won't lower myself to the level of this Old Tortoise." Yuan Hong said, "I won't lower myself to the level of a monkey." Old Tortoise said, "Haha, that's good. We're all good brothers. Let's go have a drink." Chapter 2798. Yuan Hong's arrival made Goofei very happy. Ever since they parted ways, Yuan Hong had gone into seclusion. They only met again today. On the Divine Island, Goofei and Yuan Hong drank to their heart's content. It was rare for them to get drunk, but in the end they passed out in a pavilion. With Goofei's cultivation, how could he be drunk? He was drunk in his heart, so he was drunk. When he woke up the next day, Yuan Hong had already left. This surprised Goofei. He asked the Old Tortoise and found out that Yuan Hong had gone to the human world. What? Goofei was startled. Yuan Hong had gone to the human world? What was going on? Very quickly, Goofei found out the reason from the Old Tortoise. It turned out that in ancient times there was a golden spirit ape who descended to the human world and left behind descendants. Yuan Hong wanted to descend to the human world to search for the golden spirit ape's bloodline. There were very few golden spirit apes in the entire heaven realm. Apart from Yuan Hong, there was probably no other golden spirit ape. He hoped to find his own clansmen in the human world. "It seems like I really have to go to the human world." Goofei stood in the pavilion and looked at the sky outside. From time to time, a divine rainbow would flash across the dusky sky, illuminating the world. The absolute heaven slaughter formation was still erasing the remaining deathly aura in the West Border Ocean. The West Border Ocean was indeed a land of death after the fall of a sovereign. The deathly aura inside was too great. It was not easy to completely refine the deathly aura here. "You should have gone long ago," the Old Tortoise said. He couldn't wait for Goofei to go to the human world and retrieve the mountain and river cauldron. Then he could venture into that place and obtain a great fortune. The old tortoise was extremely excited at the thought of the great fortune in that place. It was a heaven-defying fortune. If he could obtain it, he might be able to take that step forward. I have to go back to the southern mountains, Gufei said. His wife and daughter were still in the southern mountains. He could not leave them in the southern mountains. One must know that he had many enemies in the heaven realm, especially Yuan Gu, the celestial emperor of the eastern land. Of course, Yuan Gu was no longer fit to be the celestial emperor of the eastern land, because his territory had already been occupied by the old tortoise. All right then, the old tortoise directly took out a formation platform. He had long been prepared. He could travel between the netherworld sea and the southern mountains. This was also the reason why the old tortoise was not in a hurry to go back and help when the ancient celestial emperor attacked the courtyard of Luoxia City. Buzz. When Gufei stepped on the teleportation platform, the entire platform immediately emitted a bright, divine light. His whole body was instantly wrapped in the divine light, and he instantly escaped into the void, crossing the domain. Far away in the southern mountain range, in the courtyard of Luoxia City, a transmission array suddenly emitted a bright, divine light. Then the void above the transmission array suddenly collapsed, and a figure directly walked out of the void. In the backyard of the courtyard, Guling, who was staring at the lake in a daze, suddenly stood up and took a step forward. In an instant, she arrived in front of the transmission array. Father. When Guling saw the figure that walked out of the void, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. She fiercely jumped into the arms of the person. At this time, a figure appeared in front of the formation platform. This person was Yen. She also felt the fluctuation here and immediately rushed over. Pack up, we're leaving. Gufei patted Guling and said. Then he and Guling walked down from the formation platform. Where are we going? Yen came forward and asked. Back to the human realm. Gufei said. What? Uncle Old Tortoise succeeded? He conquered the netherworld sea. Guling couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. She had to admit that she was really surprised. The forbidden area of the heaven realm had existed since ancient times. Even a sovereign would find it difficult to conquer it. Ling, go and bring the 2 children here. Yen said to Guling, Yes, mother. Guling hurriedly walked away. Is the path of the heavenly mortal really open? Yen looked at Gufei and said. She remained calm as usual, as if nothing could disturb her state of mind. The cultivators of the heaven realm and the human realm can travel freely now. Gufei nodded and said. He had contributed greatly in conquering the netherworld sea, but in return he had obtained a drop of the ancestral dragon's true blood. It might not be a big deal for Shaoqing, but it was extremely important for his disciple, the red dragon. However, when the South Heaven celestial monarch rebelled, the red dragon and the jade moon were taken away by the unaging demon child and heaven monarch Xiang. Even now, no one knew where they were. However, Gufei believed that there might be some surprises after returning to the human realm. The situation in the human realm was just as complicated. To some extent, it was even more complicated than the heaven realm. The experts of the human realm were no weaker than the experts of the heaven realm. Really, that's great, Yana said. Her eyes flickered. No matter how pure she was, she could not help but be moved after hearing the news. She clearly knew that when Gufei was trying to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm, he had to ask Jiang Renhuang of the Jiang clan for help. Without Jiang Renhuang's help, it was hard to say if Gufei could even make it to the heaven realm. Meanwhile, Guling had arrived with Zhao Hao and Yen. Greetings, master. Greetings, martial ancestor. Zhao Hao and Yen immediately bowed when they saw Gufei. All right, is there anything else you 2 need to prepare? If not, we'll be heading to the netherworld sea right away. Gufei said to Zhao Hao and Yen. Zhao Hao and Yen's physique was excellent. Their cultivation speed was not bad either. Zhao Hao's cultivation was about to break through to the immortal king realm. Yen Er's cultivation was similar to Zhao Hao's. However, she had an innate Dao eye. Even if her cultivation was similar to Zhao Hao's, Zhao Hao would still be no match for her. However, what made Yen Er depressed was that she had to call this boy of the same age as her martial uncle. Martial ancestor, I want to go to Luoxia City, Yen said. You want to say goodbye to your grandfather? Guling asked. Yes, master. Yen looked at Guling. Take Yen with you. Gu Fei said to Guling. This way, Yen Er's grandfather would be at ease, and it would not affect Yen Er's cultivation. Therefore, they had to go. Zhao Hao's grandfather did not want to leave. He wanted to stay in Luoxia courtyard and take care of it. Guling brought Yen Er to Luoxia City. Half an hour later, Guling returned with Yen Er. Chapter 2799. The human world was in chaos, especially the eastern region. There were 2 forbidden areas in the eastern region. One was the eastern region Devil's Den, and the other was the Sky Market. Legend had it that a corner of the primordial heavenly court fell from the 9 heavens. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew the reason for the formation of the Sky Market. It was too long ago, so there was no way to investigate it. It might be a ruin from the mythological era. The human world had gone through at least 3 eras. The eras that could be investigated included the mythological era and the primordial era. After the primordial era was the present era. However, in some ancient legends, there was an era that was even older than the mythological era. As for the human realm, the Tunglong continent, and the eastern sky ruins, they had existed since the mythological era. They had existed for a very long time. Now, this mythological relic had become lively because the forbidden area of the heavenly realm, the western underworld sea, had been leveled. The news of the old turtle leveling the western dark ocean spread to the human world. All the cultivators in the human world were extremely excited. They could finally ascend to the sky and enter the heaven realm. The eastern region of Tunglong continent was the most chaotic region in the entire ancestral dragon star. This was because the ancient road to heaven and the Devil's Den were here. The eastern region was also the territory of the Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan. Gu Fei still occupied a place in the eastern region. With so many forces in the eastern region, there was naturally no lack of friction. However, no one dared to touch the Wanxiang city. Although the Wanxiang city in the eastern region was not a big city, its status in the eastern region was very high. This was because the city lord of Wanxiang city was Gu Fei. After Gu Fei ascended to the sky, the person in charge of Wanxiang city was the Iron Blood Taoist and the only survivor of the 13 great bandits, Zhuge Liang. Back when Hierarch Southern Heaven rebelled, the 13 great bandits were all killed by Hierarch Southern Heaven except for Zhuge Liang. With Wanxiang City as the center, the area with a radius of 30,000 li was Gu Fei's sphere of influence. With the Iron Blood Taoist cultivation and ability, it wasn't easy for him to protect such a territory. If it wasn't for Ghost Emperor Fengdu's words, telling Gu Fei and the Eastern world to temporarily put aside their personal grievances and forbid the 2 forces from fighting, the Dongfang family would have already attacked the Iron Blood Taoist. In fact, the major forces of the Eastern Domain weren't afraid of Ghost Emperor Fengdu, but they were afraid of Jiang Renhuang. After knowing that Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang were bosom buddies, all the people who were eyeing Wanxiang City covetously didn't dare to have any improper thoughts towards Wanxiang City. One had to know that the human sovereign was an invincible existence in the current era. Even the Eastern Region Demon Lair was wary of Jiang Renhuang and didn't dare to make a move against Wanxiang City. That evening, the Iron Blood Taoist stood on top of the city walls of Wanxiang City and looked into the distance. He saw demonic qi lingering in the mountain ridges. What the hell are these demon bastards doing? The Iron Blood Taoist muttered to himself. Things like this kept happening recently, and he had a bad premonition. Could it be that those demon bastards were actually going to attack this place? If the Lord is here, let's see who would dare to have any ideas towards Wanxiang City. The Iron-Blood Taoist said. He thought of Gu Fei, but he still didn't have any news of Gu Fei. Ever since the news came from the Sky Market that the Heaven Realm's forbidden area, the Western Underworld Ocean, had been flattened, he had been waiting. He believed that the Lord would be back very soon. Boss, do you think the Lord will be back in the near future? At this moment, Zhuge Liang also climbed up the city walls and came to the Iron-Blood Taoist side. I don't know either. Since the path to heaven is no longer dangerous, the Lord should be back. He can't possibly forget about us, the Iron-Blood Taoist said as he looked at the sunset. Just as the Iron-Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang were talking on the city walls, an ancient formation platform behind the Wanxiang City, Lord's Mansion, suddenly activated without any warning. A powerful energy, fluctuation, spread out from the city, Lord's Mansion. What? The Iron-Blood Taoist's expression suddenly changed. He immediately rushed down from the city walls and rushed towards the Lord's Mansion. Very quickly, he returned to the Lord's Mansion. What happened? Zhuge Liang was extremely shocked. He also rushed towards the Lord's Mansion as if his boat was on fire. When the Iron-Blood Taoist arrived in front of the teleportation formation platform in the Lord's Mansion, a figure walked out from a pitch-black whirlpool above the teleportation formation platform. When the Iron-Blood Taoist saw this person, he was extremely excited. When Zhuge Liang, who was a step behind the Iron-Blood Taoist, saw the figure walking out of the void, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The person who walked out of the void was a handsome young man in black clothes. Lord, is it really you? At this moment, the Iron-Blood Taoist's voice was trembling. It's not who I am, the black-clothed young man said with a faint smile. He was finally back here. He was very curious as to how the Iron-Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang managed to persevere. After all, after he went to the Heaven Realm, it would be a piece of cake for those big forces in the eastern region to seize the Wanxiang City. However, he immediately guessed the reason. Lord, Zhuge Liang was so excited that he was about to cry. Gu Fei's return was too timely. Because the eastern region was very chaotic, if there was no powerful being guarding the Wanxiang City, the city would be seized by other forces sooner or later. All right, let's talk inside, Gu Fei said. Then, under the Iron-Blood Taoist's lead, he arrived at the main hall in front of the Lord's Mansion. He did not stand on ceremony and directly sat on the throne in the middle of the main hall. Then the Iron-Blood Taoist passed down and ordered to gather all the important figures in the Wanxiang City. Soon, the main hall of the Lord's Mansion became lively. Ever since Gu Fei left, the Iron-Blood Taoist had been searching for his subordinates who had escaped the calamity. At the same time, he had also recruited some rogue cultivators to work for him. In this chaotic era, if the rogue cultivators wanted to survive, they had to rely on powerful forces. Many rogue cultivators relied on the Iron-Blood Taoist. Therefore, during the time when Gu Fei was not around, the Iron-Blood Taoist managed to build up a powerful force. Other than Zhuge Liang, the Iron-Blood Taoist also had 3 sage-level experts under him. At this moment, the 3 saints had also arrived at the main hall of the Lord's Mansion. They were shocked to find that the Iron-Blood Taoist, who usually sat on the throne, was standing below the throne. On the throne sat a black-clothed young man. Seeing the Iron-Blood Taoist's respectful attitude towards the green-clothed young man, the 3 saints could not help but be shocked. They thought of a person, a fierce person. Could it be that he has returned? The 3 saints were extremely shocked. If that person had returned, then they might be able to achieve great things by following this person. The 3 saints were very clear about the Iron-Blood Taoist's background. In fact, the reason why they relied on the Iron-Blood Taoist was mostly because of that person. The Iron-Blood Taoist was also very clear about the reason why the 3 saints relied on him. However, there were also some people who did not think highly of that person, so they continued to observe. However, as the situation worsened, even the saints had to work hard to survive. Those lone saints would either rely on those super factions or form an alliance. However, in the long run, the best choice was still to rely on those super factions. At this moment, in the main hall of the Wanxiang City's Lord's Mansion, everyone was guessing the origins of the black-clothed young man sitting on the throne. Some people had already vaguely guessed who this black-clothed young man was. All of you have come to greet the Master. He is your Master. The iron-blood Taoist's gaze swept across everyone's faces and said this. Master. Hearing this, everyone in the main hall was both surprised and overjoyed. That person has finally returned? Doesn't that mean that he has successfully passed the tribulation? Greetings, Master. The three saints standing at the front of the crowd looked at each other before prostrating towards the black-clothed young man sitting on the throne. What? Seeing the three of them prostrating towards the black-clothed young man, everyone in the main hall was extremely shocked. This was because the three of them were powerful existences at the sage level. It was impossible for such existences to bow to someone weaker than them. There was only one possibility. That person's cultivation was much stronger than the three of them. Greetings, Master. Everyone else in the main hall hurriedly prostrated as well. Even the heaven, earth, and human saints prostrated before the throne. They were not saints, so there was no reason for them to not prostrate. Very good. Get up. Gu Fei sat on the throne and nodded. From the expressions of the people prostrating before him, he knew that some of them did not know who he was. This is a greeting gift. Take whatever you like. Gu Fei waved his hand, and a pile of items fell from the void. The main hall was immediately filled with a divine radiance and the aura of treasures. Everything floated in the void and emitted an immortal radiance and divine radiance. There were divine swords that emanated a horrifying aura of slaughter, immortal blades that were branded with ancient talismans, and even over 10 divine herbs. Every single divine herb was like a sun that was enveloped in a ball of dazzling spiritual light. However, a few of the items that Gu Fei tossed out were very ordinary. They did not emanate any divine radiance, nor did they emanate powerful fluctuations of divine power or immortal force. Everyone was stunned by what they saw in front of them. This Lord was really generous. He actually gave away so many good things. Those divine weapons were definitely incomparably powerful immortal weapons or divine weapons, especially those 10 divine herbs. Those were rare things in the world, and even a saint would not be able to produce so many divine herbs at once. Right when everyone was stunned, the three saints moved. They were the first to recover from their shock, and they immediately put away the 3 ordinary ancient treasures. The dozen or so stalks of divine medicine were also divided up by them. Chapter 2800. As soon as Gu Fei returned, he gifted so many godly weapons and spiritual herbs, causing everyone in the Wanxiang City, Lord's Mansion, to be both surprised and overjoyed. However, he did not say who he was gifting these items to. Therefore, the hall immediately turned into a mess. Apart from the 3 saints who had already obtained the items they wanted, everyone else was making their moves. This is mine. Someone snatched the godly sword floating in the air. It's yours just because you said it's yours. Someone was unconvinced and made a move to snatch it away. The 2 of them immediately started fighting in the hall. Of course, they did not dare to risk their lives in front of Gu Fei. They knew their limits very well. A fight like this was unavoidable. Gu Fei simply turned a blind eye to it and ignored it. Soon the items floating in the air were all taken away by the people in the hall. Some people obtained more than 1 item, while others obtained nothing at all. Those who did not obtain anything were naturally unhappy, while those who obtained something were overjoyed. Following that, Gu Fei dismissed the crowd, leaving only the iron-blood Taoist, Zhuge Liang, and the 3 saints. The 3 saints of heaven, earth, and man were actually fellow disciples. Logically speaking, the sect they belonged to shouldn't be a small sect. However, their sect was destroyed by someone. As a result, the three saints became rogue cultivators without a sect. The heaven saint Diu, the earth saint Li Hong, and the human saint Lu Tianxiong were known as the three saints. They were quite famous among the rogue cultivators. This time, they obtained 3 items and over 10 godly medicines. Even the saints were excited. The godly medicines were secondary, as the 3 items were the most important. The 3 items that Gu Fei gifted seemed ordinary at first glance. They did not have any spiritual glow or immortal qi, nor did they emit any godly force. They did not look like artifacts at all. However, the 3 saints knew that these 3 items were the best out of all the items that Gu Fei had given them because they were all saint weapons. Heavenly Saint Diu had obtained a ruler that was more than a foot long. The material of this ruler seemed to be made of jade and stone, but it wasn't jade at all. It was very light, and he couldn't tell what it was for the time being. As for Earth Saint Li Hong, he obtained a copper bell. It was a copper bell the size of a fist, and one could vaguely see some runes on it. For a moment, Li Hong was unable to tell what was so special about this bronze bell. He would need to refine it in order to know what kind of power it possessed. Human sage Lu Tianxiong obtained a bronze dagger axe. Although the 3 saints did not know what kind of power these 3 items could unleash, they could all sense the aura of the divine path contained within them. Since they contained the aura of the divine path, they were naturally divine tools. However, the aura of the divine path was not obvious, and only saints could sense the existence of the divine path divine tools within them. These 3 divine tools were not simple. Their divine path auras were reserved, and they were not something that ordinary divine tools could compare to. Gu Fei asked the 3 saints to stay behind and understood the current situation of the eastern region from them. Right now, there was only one word to describe the eastern region: chaos! Several major forces were entangled together and attacking each other. If it wasn't for the fact that those forces were wary of Jiang Renhuang, they would have already destroyed Wanxiang City, which was guarded by the Iron Blood Taoist. Even so, there were already people eyeing Wanxiang City. One must know that Wanxiang City might not have been a big city in the eastern region in the past, but after the Iron Blood Taoists' painstaking management, the atmosphere of Wanxiang City had changed. Especially the demons, they were already eyeing Wanxiang City covetously. The Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan were observing and did not interfere. This was because they wanted to use the demons to test the waters. If the demons attacked Wanxiang City, then it would be justifiable for them to take over Wanxiang City. Even if Gu Fei returned from the heavenly tribulation, there was nothing they could say. However, although those people's wishful thinking was successful, they did not expect that Gu Fei would return so soon. They also did not expect that someone could actually flatten the forbidden area of the heaven realm and open up the path of heavenly mortality. All these changes had already exceeded the expectations of the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity. The news of Gu Fei's return spread quickly. The people of the Dongfang clan were naturally shocked and uneasy. One must know that they had a huge grudge against Gu Fei. However, the Dongfang clan was now guarded by the Eastern Sky Tyrant King. Even if Gu Fei returned, he would not dare to attack them. Of course, this was only the Dongfang clan's self-righteous thinking. One must know that Gu Fei did not attack the Dongfang clan because he was giving face to Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Ghost Emperor Fengdu's face must be given. At this moment, only the Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang were left in the main hall of the Wanxiang City's Lord residence. The 3 saints had already left the main hall. Can these 3 fellows be trusted? Gu Fei asked the Iron Blood Taoist. It was necessary to be vigilant against others, but under his eyes, he was not afraid of what these people could do. I haven't found anything suspicious about the 3 saints for the time being. The Iron Blood Taoist thought for a while and said, the 3 saints had been relying on them for a period of time, but he did not find anything wrong. What do you think? Gu Fei glanced at Zhuge Liang and said, it's hard to say. Zhuge Liang said with some hesitation. The three saints hadn't been relying on them for a long time. Their loyalty was naturally questionable. He voiced out his concerns. And what you said makes sense. There's nothing wrong with being more careful. Gu Fei nodded and said, "Boom." At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. The entire Wanxiang city shook violently. A powerful demonic aura spread out. Not good. The demons are attacking the city. The Iron Blood Taoist was shocked and enraged. The demons had been spying on them for a period of time. Were they finally going to attack the city? Go! Make sure those guys don't return. Gu Fei said with a wave of his hand. Yes, master. The Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang immediately accepted the order and rushed out of the hall. At this moment, balls of demonic light soared into the sky from outside the Wanxiang city. Then, they descended towards the Wanxiang city. Every ball of demonic light was like a black sun descending from the sky and violently smashing onto the layer of light barrier formed by the power of the protective formation. Countless people in the Wanxiang city looked at the balls of demonic light exploding in the sky in fear. The soldiers of the Wanxiang city had already started moving. Groups of soldiers rushed up the city walls. The light barrier formed by the city defense formation blocked the demonic light that fell from the sky. However, the attack of the demons did not stop there. At this moment, countless demonic figures rushed out from the mountains outside the city. The soldiers on the city walls could not help but change their expressions when they saw this. Demonic attack. This is a demonic attack. Chapter 2801. Outside Wanxiang City, countless demonic creatures were gathered. From afar, it was a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, the outpost outside Wanxiang City had already been occupied by those demonic creatures. All the cultivators outside the city had already retreated back into Wanxiang City. When the Iron Blood Taoist and Zhuge Liang arrived at the top of the city wall and saw this scene, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb. There were simply too many demonic creatures outside the city. As the saying went, even ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them. They realized that not only were there countless demonic creatures gathered on the ground, but there were also some in the sky. Demonic ants with wings on their backs flew over from afar and stopped in the air, covering half the sky. Among the demonic ants, there were also some huge figures. They were ferocious demonic creatures that could fly. Soon, countless demonic butterflies the size of tabletops flew over from afar. In an instant, the sky and ground were filled with demonic creatures. What's going on? Why are there demonic creatures surrounding the city? At this moment, the heaven, earth, and human saints had also arrived at the top of the city wall, facing countless demonic creatures. Even saints like them would be fearful because there were simply too many of them. No matter how many of them there are, they are just ants. There's no need to be nervous, the Iron Blood Taoist said. But brother, it's obvious that there are extremely powerful demons driving these demonic creatures. Human Saint Lu Tianxiong said with a frown. I wonder if it's a great demon saint or an even more powerful demon. Heaven Saint Du said. He was very calm and did not reveal any expression on his face. Who cares who it is? They are destined to be unlucky today. Zhuge Liang said with a cold smile. To think that these guys would attack the city when the Lord was back. They were simply courting death. Roar! Just as everyone was conversing, a terrifying demonic roar was heard from afar. Then the countless demonic creatures surrounding Wanxiang City quietened down. In the next moment, countless demonic creatures charged towards Wanxiang City like a tidal wave. Rumble! Countless demonic creatures ran on the ground, letting out thunderous sounds. Dust billowed, and it was an extremely shocking scene. At the same time, the demonic creatures in the sky began their attack. Countless demonic butterflies, soaring demonic ants, and other flying demonic creatures pounced towards Wanxiang City. Bang! A soaring demonic ant the size of a wild wolf crashed into the Wanxiang city's light barrier and exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Then there was a second one, a third one. The densely packed, soaring demonic ants crashed into the light barrier, but they couldn't break it at all. However, the countless soaring demonic ants continued to fly towards Myriad Phenomenon City like moths to a flame, unafraid of death. It was the same for the countless demon butterflies. As if they were possessed, they madly pounced towards Wanxiang City and crashed into the light barrier. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the direction of Wanxiang City's city gate. Hearing this loud noise, the iron-blood Taoist could no longer remain calm. If the countless demonic creatures outside the city were to attack the city, then the humans inside the city would become food for these demonic creatures. The iron-blood Taoist was unwilling to see such a scene. He charged towards the direction of the city gate. When he arrived, he saw an incomparably huge demonic creature crashing into the city barrier formation. It was a demonic bull with 2 sharp horns on its head. Every time the bull crashed into the formation, the entire void would tremble. The other demonic creatures were unwilling to get close to the bull and retreated far away. "You're courting death." The iron-blood Taoist waved his hand, and a ray of fire rushed out from his hand, turning into a fire blade that slashed towards the demonic bull. Swoosh! The fire blade pierced through the demonic bull's body. In the next moment, the ferocious demonic bull stopped. Then, under everyone's gaze, its head fell off. Seeing this, the soldiers on top of the city wall immediately cheered. However, after the iron-blood Taoist killed the demonic bull, another incomparably powerful demonic creature charged over and attacked the city gate in a frenzy, trying to break into the city. The iron-blood Taoist attacked angrily. A ball of fire rushed out from his hand and smashed towards the incoming demons. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of fire that the iron-blood Taoist shot out exploded among the countless demonic creatures. The true fire of the divine phoenix of extreme Yang instantly swept across the area. All the demonic creatures within a radius of a few hundred feet were burned into ashes by the divine fire. There were countless casualties. Iron-blood Taoist, as long as you surrender obediently, I promise to spare your life. A voice came from afar. The voice was erratic, and it was difficult to determine its exact location. "Surrender my ass. Come and fight me if you have the guts," the iron-blood Taoist said in disdain. He hated these people who hid their heads and showed their tails the most. "Since you want to die, there's no other way." The voice from afar continued to ring in the iron-blood Taoist's mind. Rumble! At this moment, all the demonic creatures were still charging towards the Wanxiang city. However, it was all in vain. The city barrier formation of the Wanxiang city was really strong. No matter how many demonic creatures came, they would not be able to break through this place. Interesting. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne in the main hall of the city lord residence, muttered to himself. His expression was incomparably cold. These demonic bastards must be tired of living. How dare they attack my city? The winds and clouds above Wanxiang City changed. Rays of demonic light descended from the sky and landed on the great protective formation. When the demonic light landed on the light barrier, it actually caused the light barrier to become slightly unstable. Seeing this, the iron-blood Taoist hurriedly took out the phoenix tribulation. A divine phoenix soared into the sky with a mighty aura fluctuation. Boundless fire elemental energy was recovering. Go! Under the iron-blood Taoist control, the phoenix tribulation smashed towards the countless demonic creatures outside the city. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, a large number of demonic creatures outside the Wanxiang city were burned into ashes by the true fire of the divine phoenix that swept out from the phoenix tribulation. The 3 saints of heaven, earth, and man were also taking action. Although there were many demonic creatures, they were not very powerful. A sage-level expert could kill a large number of such demonic creatures with a single attack. However, these demonic creatures had the advantage in terms of their numbers. It was as if there was no end to them. After killing a group, another group would appear. There was no end to it. At this moment, powerful figures of demons appeared on the mountain ridge in the distance. Roar! Amidst an earth-shattering roar, a gigantic demonic dragon the size of a mountain charged out of the mountain towards the Wanxiang city with a monstrous demonic aura. Chapter 2802. Countless demonic creatures surrounded the entire Wanxiang city. From the ground to the sky, one could only see a black mass of ferocious and terrifying demonic creatures at a glance. It was noon, and the weather should have been bright and sunny. However, it was dark and gloomy in Wanxiang city, and a chilly wind was blowing. Demonic creatures filled the sky and the ground. Demonic qi lingered in the air, and demonic howls could be heard from time to time, causing one's heart to palpitate. It was a scene of doomsday. The mortals in Wanxiang city were scared out of their wits. They hid in their houses and did not dare to come out. On the streets of Wanxiang city, one could only see the silhouettes of cultivators and soldiers rushing through the city. The streets were cold and desolate. The Iron Blood Taoist had formed a troop of soldiers in Wanxiang city. It was made up of cultivators. There were not many of them, but there were still 1,000 of them. During normal times, these 1,000 soldiers were mainly responsible for maintaining order in Wanxiang city. However, they were now facing countless demonic creatures. These soldiers had never seen such a scene before. Almost all the soldiers standing on the city walls were terrified. Their legs turned to jelly as they looked at the countless demonic creatures outside the city. How could 1,000 soldiers fight against countless demonic creatures? Only the sage-level existences could remain calm in the face of the endless demonic creatures. To the sage-level existences, there was nothing to be afraid of, no matter how many demonic creatures there were. Rumble! Just as everyone in Wanxiang city was in a state of panic, a thunderous sound came from the depths of the mountains outside the city. Then, under the terrified gazes of the soldiers on the city walls, a gigantic demonic figure rushed out from the depths of the mountains. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Under the endless demonic aura, a demonic dragon appeared between the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying demonic aura filled every inch of the void. This is seeing the demonic dragon, the Iron Blood Taoist's pupils constricted. This was a sage-level demonic dragon, and it was extremely powerful. Wherever the demonic dragon went, countless demonic creatures would retreat in fear, making a path for it. The devil dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. On top of the city wall, some of the weaker combat soldiers were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were trembling in fear. The demon dragon's aura was simply too powerful. Even a sage would be moved by it, let alone those cultivators with average cultivation bases. Who is willing to go out and slay this demon dragon? The Iron Blood Taoist's voice reverberated throughout Wanxiang city, but no one responded. Everyone could tell that the demonic dragon outside the city was not to be trifled with. Even the 3 saints of heaven, earth, and man were a little hesitant. Shua! At that moment, a copper spear suddenly flew out from the Wanxiang city lord's residence. It directly broke through the layer of light formed by the power of the protective formation and nailed the demonic dragon flying towards Wanxiang city in the void. When the copper spear nailed the demonic dragon, its divine soul was shattered by the destructive power attached to the copper spear. It didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before it died. The next moment, bam! With a loud bang, the demonic dragon's huge body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, dissipating into the air as if it had never been there. A copper spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. It was a very ordinary copper spear that couldn't even be considered a divine weapon. However, it was this ordinary copper spear that had nailed an extremely powerful demonic dragon to death. That was a powerful demonic dragon of the sage level. The eyes of the three sages of heaven, earth and human, nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw this. This heaven sage Diyu's voice was trembling. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Earth sage Li Hong said in disbelief. Master's cultivation base is so powerful that he can kill a sage with a wave of his hand. Human sage Lu Tianxiong said. That was because the scene just now was too shocking. A sage-level living being was nailed to death by an ordinary copper spear. They all knew who the culprit was. Gu Fei's attack had not only shocked the three sages of heaven, earth and human to the extreme, it had also intimidated the demons hiding in the dark outside the city. The demons stopped attacking and countless demonic creatures retreated. However, these demonic creatures did not leave. They only retreated 100 li away from Wanxiang City before stopping and continuing to surround the city. They really don't know what's good for them. They still refused to retreat. The iron-blood Taoist sneered and muttered to himself. With his master around, no amount of demonic creatures would be enough to kill them. After all, his master could kill a sage with a wave of his hand. What's going on? All the cultivators in Wanxiang City were astonished. They did not see the scene where the copper spear nailed the demonic dragon to death. They did not know why the terrifying demonic aura had suddenly disappeared. At the top of the city wall, the soldiers recovered from their shock. The demonic dragon had died just like that. To them, it was extremely unreal. Although the war had stopped temporarily, the demons did not retreat. This caused everyone to feel immense pressure. No one knew what other tricks the demons had up their sleeves. What should we do? Zhu Guiliang, who was standing beside the iron-blood Taoist, asked him. Let's wait and see. The iron-blood Taoist glanced at the countless demonic creatures 100 li away and said, At this moment, the news of the demons attacking Wanxiang City had already spread. It was impossible for the demons to not alarm people with such a huge commotion. The iron-blood Taoist of Wanxiang City is in trouble. Someone said something like that. That's hard to say. You should know that the iron-blood Taoist is not a pushover. He has the Phoenix Tribulation with him. That thing is very powerful. Someone disagreed. One must know that the Phoenix Tribulation was most likely an Emperor Divine weapon. With the Phoenix Tribulation in hand, it would not be easy for the demons to destroy Wanxiang City. However, since the demons dared to launch such a powerful attack and did not hesitate to order countless demonic creatures to surround Wanxiang City, it was enough to prove that the demons had a meticulous plan. At this moment, the news of Gu Fei's return had not spread. People outside of Wanxiang City did not know about it. Even the demons did not know that Gu Fei was in Wanxiang City. Otherwise, the demons outside the city would have retreated a long time ago. Why would they dare to surround Wanxiang City? An hour later, a demonic howl broke the silence. Following this howl, the demonic creatures that had retreated 100 li away became restless. Then, countless demonic creatures began to attack Wanxiang City. The soaring demonic ants and demonic butterflies were like demonic clouds that covered the sky and earth as they flew towards Wanxiang City. At this moment, a figure flashed on the top of Wanxiang City's city wall. A masked woman appeared on the city wall. Why is she here? The iron-blood Taoist was stunned when he saw that person. He hurriedly walked over. Zhu Guiliang also hurriedly chased after the iron-blood Taoist. Little mistress, why are you here? The iron-blood Taoist asked. He recognized Guling. The heaven, earth, and human saints were shocked when they heard the iron-blood Taoist address the woman as little mistress. Could this woman be Gu Fei's daughter Guling? Many people knew that Gu Fei had a daughter, but not many had actually seen Guling. Guling was not a stranger to the cultivators in the ocean. However, not many of them survived the rebellion of Hierarch Southern Heaven. The cultivators from the ocean were very unlucky. Those loyal to Gu Fei were almost wiped out by Hierarch Southern Heaven. When Gu Fei returned, he defeated Hierarch Southern Heaven and killed all the cultivators from the ocean who were loyal to Hierarch Southern Heaven. It was easy to imagine how many cultivators from the ocean managed to survive the calamity. What? Can't I come here? Gu Ling glanced at the iron-blood Taoist and said unhappily, No, that's not what I meant. But we are in a critical situation now, the iron-blood Taoist quickly explained. He did not dare to offend this little mistress. One should know that this little mistress was not someone to be trifled with. Sometimes, even the great lord could not do anything to her. Haha, I came because I know this place is fun. Gu Ling smiled. Meanwhile, the demonic ants and demonic butterflies were approaching them. They were about to collide with the barrier formed by the power of the defensive formation. Good timing. Gu Ling smiled and took out a gourd. She pulled out the stopper and pointed the mouth of the gourd at the demonic ants and demonic butterflies in the sky. Boom! Gu Ling slapped the bottom of the gourd, causing a flame to burst out from the gourd. It instantly turned into a huge flame that burned at the demonic ants and demonic butterflies in the sky. As the flame spread, countless demonic ants and demonic butterflies were turned into balls of fire and fell from the sky. Seeing this, the iron-blood Taoist was dumbfounded. This little mistress was too ruthless. The barrier formed by the defensive formation was very magical. Divine power and immortal power could penetrate the barrier and kill the demonic creatures if they attacked from outside the city. However, it was difficult for the demonic creatures to attack from the outside. Therefore, the demonic creatures outside could only be beaten up. Haha, this is fun. Gu Ling kept activating the gourd in her hand. Beams of fire shot out from the gourd and burned half the sky red. Countless demonic ants and demonic butterflies were in trouble. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist and Zhu Galiang attacked as well. The demonic ants and demonic butterflies fell from the sky like raindrops. Soon, the city walls were covered with a thick layer of ant and butterfly carcasses. Rumble, the ground shook. At this moment, the countless demonic creatures on the ground finally reached the city walls of Wanxiang. Boom! A monster the size of a small mountain leapt high into the air and slammed its head into the light barrier. The light barrier trembled, but the monster's tendons and bones were broken by the recoil force, and it fell to the bottom of the city wall like a pile of mud. At the same time, powerful demonic auras appeared around Wanxiang City. The real demons were about to attack. Are they finally here? Chapter 2803. The real demons were about to make their move. These demonic creatures were just some low-level creatures and couldn't be considered as demons. They were just cannon fodder. Roar! A demonic roar came from the front of Wanxiang City. An extremely powerful demonic aura erupted. Looking from afar, the demonic aura was monstrous and a demonic shadow loomed between heaven and earth. Haha, is the main character coming out? Gu Ling put away the firestorm gourd and said, while looking at the demonic shadow in the distance. Her eyes were filled with excitement. The real demons are coming. At this moment, another demonic roar was heard. This time, it came from the back of Wanxiang City. A huge demonic shadow also appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble! Two powerful true demonic auras spread between heaven and earth. The demonic aura shrouded the surroundings, causing the entire world to turn even darker. Countless creatures were terrified to the extreme. This kind of demonic aura caused fear to arise from the depths of one's soul. Creatures with weak cultivation couldn't even think of resisting under the demonic aura and were completely suppressed. Two true demons, huh? Gu Ling smiled. If she relied on her own strength, she naturally wouldn't be able to contend against a demon of this level. However, she had many treasures on her. However, when the third true demon aura appeared, Gu Ling's expression turned solemn. However, this wasn't the end. the fourth true demon aura appeared. For gigantic, demonic figures appeared at the four corners of Wansheng City, surrounding it. The demons really think highly of us, Taishui. They actually sent out 4 true demons. The iron-blood Taoist couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. The 4 true demons were all powerful existences above the saint level. These true demons even had the cultivation and combat power of the great saint level. I hope it's not the great demon saint, Zhu Guliang, who was next to the iron-blood Taoist, said. At this moment he also stopped. The demonic creatures outside the city were just some small fries. It didn't matter whether they killed them or not. The true demons were existences that needed to be dealt with seriously. The 4 true demons are here. At this time, the 3 saints couldn't help but be moved. The 4 true devils were no joke. It was just a myriad phenomenon city, yet the Eastern Devil Lair actually sent out 4 true devils. The true devil was a pure-blooded devil clan. Even in the entire Eastern region, Devil Lair of the human world, there weren't many of them. Pure-blooded demons were too rare. The densely packed collisions were like raindrops. The overwhelming number of demonic creatures continued to attack Wansheng City's defensive formation. However, all of this was not in vain. The demonic blood that splashed out from the demonic creatures could corrode the light shield formed by the power of the Great City Barrier Array, but the speed of corrosion was very slow. The devil blood corroded the light barrier, causing it to weaken. This was exactly what the 4 true devils wanted. In the eyes of the true devils, these devils were disdainful existences. Roar! The demonic dragons roared, and 9 mountain-sized demonic dragons charged over from the distance. One of the demonic dragons opened its mouth and spat out a demonic fireball condensed from demonic fire towards Wansheng City. Boom! With a loud bang, the demonic fireball drew an arc in the sky and smashed onto the light shield of Wansheng City. It exploded and a mass of demonic fire swept out, causing the entire light shield to tremble. Mysterious runes appeared on the light shield and interweaved into Tao diagrams. The power of the great Tao surged out from the Tao diagrams and counteracted the power of the demonic fireball. Rumble! The 9 demonic dragons were like 9 demonic mountains. They crushed through the void, causing the entire world to tremble. The demonic might was shocking and terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Another demonic fireball smashed onto the light shield of Wansheng City. The demonic fire swept out and burned the void into nothingness. The light shield dimmed for a moment, but it immediately brightened up again. At this time, the cultivators in the city were indescribably shocked. As the demonic fireballs exploded in the sky above Wansheng City, all the cultivators in the city were horrified. It's over, it's over. Once those devils attack the city, we will all die without a burial ground. Some cultivators cried out in despair. The demonic might was so strong that some of the cultivators almost broke down mentally, let alone those ordinary mortals who were hiding in their houses. I want to slay a dragon. At this moment, Guling screamed and leaped into the sky, rushing out of the light shield. What? The iron-blood Taoist could not catch hold of Guling. This was a huge shock. If anything were to happen to his little master, he would be in for it as well. Little master! Zhu Guliang was stunned as well. What should we do? Zhu Guliang was flustered. Guling was no saint. She had yet to take that step. If those true demons outside the city were to strike at her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naughty again. Within the Wansheng City, Lord's residence, Gu Fei could not help but shake his head helplessly. This daughter of his was way too wild. She was especially good at causing trouble. Gu Fei did not make a move. He knew that Gu Ling's cultivation state was at a critical juncture. She could take that step at any moment. She still needed more training. As the saying went, an uncut jade is worthless. It was not a bad idea to let her suffer a little. However, Gu Fei knew that this daughter of his was a weird one. It would be hard to get her to suffer. At this moment, a powerful aura of a saint burst forth from Gu Ling's body. She channeled the wind fire gourd in her hands, and a ball of flame burst forth from the gourd, colliding with the demon fireball that was spat out by the demon dragon. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the demon fireball that was spat out by the demon dragon exploded. Instantly, the demon fireball engulfed the void in a radius of tens of miles. Holy *T, my little ancestor. At the sight of this, Zhuge Liang could not help but stomp his feet. Shoo! All he saw was a flash of a figure before him. A figure had leaped into the sky, rushing out of the light shield as well. Taking a closer look, he realized that it was his boss, the Iron Blood Taoist. The Iron Blood Taoist was even more afraid of something happening to Gu Ling than Zhuge Liang. However, just as the Iron Blood Taoist was about to slay the dragon, he suddenly stopped, flew back, and landed on the top of the city wall. "Boss, why did you come back? Why didn't you bring the little master back?" Zhuge Liang hurriedly asked. "Don't ask so many questions." The Iron Blood Taoist glanced at Zhuge Liang and said. Zhuge Liang immediately came to a realization and nodded. It seemed that the Lord wanted the Iron Blood Taoist back. Otherwise, why would the Iron Blood Taoist ignore the little master's safety and leave the little master outside alone? Chapter 2804. Roar. The demonic dragon roared, and the terrifying demonic sound shook the world. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, and the sky seemed to be shattered by this roar. The dragon's roar caused Gu Ling's ears to buzz. At this moment, she had already rushed in front of the demonic dragon. Swoosh! The demonic dragon directly clawed at Gu Ling. The huge demonic dragon's claw was the size of a small mountain, covering the sky and the earth. Boom! At this moment, Gu Ling suddenly spewed out a pillar of fire from her hand, accompanied by a strong gust of wind towards the dragon's claw. Gu Ling used the fire wind gourd. The fire wind gourd contained the wind and fire chi. It was a sacred weapon of the sacred level and was very powerful. This sacred weapon was originally a gift from Gu Ling to Old Tortoise. However, when Old Tortoise left Luoxia City's courtyard, he gave this sacred weapon to Gu Ling. The wind and fire chi that rushed out of the fire wind gourd turned into a fire dragon and a wind dragon. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced forward. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wind and fire dragons collided with the demonic dragon's sharp claws. The demonic dragon let out a long roar and was actually sent flying by the wind and fire dragons. Ding! At this moment, a bell suddenly rang out from Gu Ling's right wrist. A terrifying sound wave spread out from the bell on her wrist. The demonic dragon immediately became sluggish. Kill! Gu Ling leaped high and arrived above the demonic dragon's head. She then took out a bronze mace and smashed it down on the demonic dragon's head. Bang! Crack! Gu Ling's bronze mace directly smashed the demonic dragon's head into pieces. A pitiful and powerful demonic dragon died just like that. These demonic dragons were the mounts of the true demons. The huge dragon corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly up. Ha ha! Gu Ling laughed heartily as he charged towards another demonic dragon. Roar! Just as Gu Ling had smashed the demonic dragon to death, an enraged roar rang out from a distance. An extremely powerful wave of spiritual will swept out and scrupulously. Little fellow die. A cold voice suddenly rang out in Gu Ling's heart. Then a demonic hand silently appeared above Gu Ling's head and grabbed towards her. Shwa! Gu Ling's figure instantly disappeared into the void. The demon's hand grabbed thin air. In the next moment, Gu Ling's figure appeared hundreds of feet away. She had cultivated Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed, so when she walked in the void, her speed was extremely fast. A true demon was actually attacking her. This caused her to be both shocked and furious. A true demon wasn't something she could contend against. She could only retreat. No one can save you. The voice of a true demon came from afar. Rumble! The air trembled as a demonic shadow rushed towards Guling. An extremely powerful demonic aura filled the air, causing Guling's heart to palpitate. Shwa! At this moment, a ball of divine light suddenly bloomed from Guling's hand. It instantly enveloped her, and she disappeared into the void. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Just as they were guessing what had happened, Guling appeared in the Wanxiang City's city, Lord's mansion. Guling crushed a jade talisman and returned to the city, Lord residence. At this moment, the iron-blood Taoist Zhuge Liang and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. This little brat had finally left. They no longer had to worry about her safety. Boom! The demonic shadow rushed to the outskirts of the Wanxiang City in an instant. The person raised his fist and punched the light barrier of the Wanxiang City. The light barrier trembled violently, and cracks began to appear on it like a spider web. Seeing this, the iron-blood Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. This person was definitely a true demon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such powerful combat strength. A single punch almost broke the light barrier. Boom! The person punched again. This time, accompanied by a loud bang, more cracks appeared on the light barrier as though it could collapse at any time. At this time, the countless demonic creatures had already retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind only the experts of the demon race. The 8-headed demonic dragon was still charging forward, spitting out demonic flames from its mouth, wanting to burn a big hole in the light barrier. Kill! The iron-blood Taoist couldn't maintain his calm anymore. He rushed down from the city wall and waved his hand. A dazzling flame immediately turned into a fire blade and slashed at the true demon. Clang! The true demon raised his hand to block the attack. When the fire blade slashed his arm, a metallic clang was heard. The true demon's arm was completely unharmed. This shocked the iron-blood Taoist. This demon's demonic body was definitely unbelievably powerful. The true demon was surrounded by demonic chi. Every move he made was powerful. Rumble! The true demon stretched out his hand. A demonic hand emitting monstrous demonic chi immediately appeared and grabbed at the iron-blood Taoist. Buzz! The iron-blood Taoist shook the phoenix tribulation in his hand. A godly phoenix immediately rushed out from the phoenix tribulation and faced the true demon's hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the two extremely powerful forces collided. The godly phoenix that rushed out from the phoenix tribulation collapsed and dissipated in the void. The demonic hand that grabbed at the iron-blood Taoist also dispersed and turned back into demonic chi. Iron-blood brat, you're no match for me. The true devil said these words. TCH, the iron-blood Taoist ignored the true demon and attacked with all his strength. 9 godly phoenixes rushed out from the phoenix tribulation and charged at the true demon. Rumble! The true demon stretched out his hand. A demonic hand emitting monstrous demonic chi immediately appeared and grabbed at the iron-blood Taoist. Buzz! The iron-blood Taoist shook the phoenix tribulation in his hand. A godly phoenix immediately rushed out from the phoenix tribulation and faced the true demon's hand. Boom! With a loud bang, the two extremely powerful forces collided. The godly phoenix that rushed out from the phoenix tribulation collapsed and dissipated in the void. The demonic hand that grabbed at the iron-blood Taoist also dispersed and turned back into demonic chi. Iron-blood brat, you're no match for me. The true devil said these words. TCH. Chapter 2805. Boom! The 9 divine phoenix phantoms collided with the true demon's body. The 9 divine phoenix phantoms exploded in an instant, and the ferocious force sent the true demon flying. Roar! The true demon roared angrily. The The true phoenix divine fire that swept out dispersed the demonic aura that enveloped its body. It was a demonic ape covered in black fur. The demonic ape was not tall, but its arms were very long. The muscles on its arms bulged like a horned dragon, giving off a strong and powerful feeling. The Herculean demonic ape clan. The iron-blood Taoist could not help but be shocked when he saw the demonic ape. This was one of the pure-blooded demons. The Herculean demonic ape clan was a demons that could fight against the golden spirit ape clan. The demonic ape roared angrily and swung its right arm at the iron-blood Taoist. The demonic ape's arm instantly became as huge as a mountain, crushing the void. "How dare you!" The iron-blood Taoist hurriedly activated the Phoenix Calamity in his hand to block it. The 9 divine phoenixes emerged from the Phoenix Calamity once again. The divine phoenixes flapped their wings, and an extremely powerful force of the divine phoenix spread out from the Phoenix Calamity. Boom! The demonic arm that was as huge as a mountain smashed onto the Phoenix Calamity, causing a loud explosion. The entire void was directly torn apart by the mighty destructive force. The iron-blood Taoist felt the hand that was holding the Phoenix Calamity tremble. A huge force came from the Phoenix Calamity and knocked him away. The Phoenix Calamity in his hand almost flew out of his hand, and his arm felt numb. Such great strength! It seems like the legends are not necessarily false. The iron-blood Taoist frowned. The Herculean demonic ape clan was famous for their strength. The strength of their arms could split the sky and earth, and they could easily pluck the stars and the moon. Not bad, little guy. Again, the Herculean demonic ape grinned. The huge demonic arm had already returned to its original state. However, the demonic ape stretched out its hand, and a demonic hand instantly enveloped the entire world. Naturally, the iron-blood Taoist was also enveloped within it. The entire world suddenly darkened, as if the demonic ape had grabbed the entire world in its hand. Rumble, a terrifying power of destruction, swept towards the iron-blood Taoist from all directions. Demonic patterns appeared in the air as the power of destruction rapidly condensed and increased. "You want to kill me with this kind of method? It's not enough," the iron-blood Taoist said coldly. He had not lived all these years in vain. Moreover, he had the Phoenix Calamity, an emperor-level divine weapon. Boom! The aura of a true phoenix burst forth, and the true phoenix Tao patterns on the Phoenix Tribulation radiated with immortal divine light. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the Phoenix Tribulation and danced around iron-blood Taoist. The destructive power coming from all directions was immediately blocked by the power of the true phoenix that was spread out by the 9 divine phoenix phantoms. The true phoenix was one of the strongest living beings in the world. It was strong enough to fight against the true demons. The power of the true phoenix exploded, shaking the entire dark void. Spatial cracks appeared in the pitch-black void, and light from the outside world shone through the spatial cracks. "Break!" The iron-blood Taoist roared angrily. He activated the Phoenix Tribulation with all his might, and the 9 divine phoenixes circling around him instantly rushed together. Boom! With a muffled sound, the 9 true phoenix Tao patterns that had transformed into divine phoenixes fused together. An extremely powerful force exploded. An endless divine fire swept through the pitch-black space. A divine phoenix appeared in the towering divine fire, as if a real divine phoenix was being reborn in the divine fire. This was the power of a phoenix's nirvana. The divine phoenix that had appeared from the true phoenix, fire flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It broke through the pitch-black void and roared at the sky. In the next moment, the divine phoenix dissipated, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was the iron-blood Taoist. The iron-blood Taoist used the power of the true phoenix on his body and transformed into a divine phoenix, displaying his powerful battle prowess. This kind of power caused the demon ape to be moved. the heir of the divine phoenix. Interesting. The demon ape grinned, and its eyes flickered with ferocity. Demonic light circulated all over its body, and an extremely powerful demonic aura surged from its body. At this moment, there were other true demons appearing in other directions of Wanxiang City. The other 3 true demons were also attacking Wanxiang City. Roar! The demon dragon roared, and the 8 demon dragons were desperately attacking the light barrier of Wanxiang City. The light barrier that enveloped the entire Wanxiang City was shaking violently, and countless runes were flashing, as if it could be broken at any time. What should we do? That's a true demon. On top of the city wall, Zhuge Liang was at his wit's end. He did not think that he was a match for a true demon, and if he were to face a true demon, he would definitely die. The heaven, earth, and human saints were also very uneasy. If the great city barrier formation was broken, they would definitely die a horrible death. It should be known that wherever the demons went, there would be no survivors. The more powerful one was, the more miserable their death would be. Let's fight. We might have a chance of survival. Heaven Saint Du said in a deep voice. There was still a ferocious person overseeing Wanxiang City, and he would not watch them die in the hands of the true demons. All right. Earth Saint Li Hong nodded. Then let's fight. Human Saint Lu Tianxiong raised his arm. Kill! Heavenly Saint Du soared into the sky and pounced at one of the demonic dragons. With a wave of his hand, streaks of divine light pierced through the demonic dragon like rainbows. Feeling threatened, the demon dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of pitch-black demon fire at Heaven Saint Du. Du directly broke through the demonic flames. Rays of divine light directly struck the demonic dragon's body, piercing through its huge body. However, he was dumbfounded in the next moment. There was no demonic blood splattering out from the demonic dragon's wound. Instead, the huge wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Du was extremely shocked. This demon dragon was much harder to deal with than he had imagined. However, he clearly saw Gu Ling smash a demon dragon to death with a bronze mace. Boss, we're here. At this moment, Li Hong and Lu Tianxiong rushed over. The 3 saints started fighting against the demon dragon. The extremely powerful aura of the sage Dao filled the air, causing all the living beings in Wanxiang City to be extremely terrified. Just a bunch of ants. Is the one in the city not planning to come out yet? An old voice sounded from afar. A white-haired old man stood there, filled with demon qi. This was an old true demon. Although this true demon looked extremely old, the demon might exuding from his body was much stronger than any other true demon. Humph. Chapter 2806. The demonic beasts had surrounded the city, and the true demons had arrived. All the living beings in Wanxiang City were panicking as if doomsday had arrived. The sky was dark. Outside Wanxiang City, the heaven, earth, and human saints were fighting a demonic dragon. It was a saint-level demonic dragon that was extremely powerful. However, this was not the scariest part of the demonic dragon. It seemed to have an immortal body. Even if the heaven, earth, and human saints attacked its body with great techniques, it could still recover quickly and completely. Looks like it's hard to kill this demonic dragon with normal methods. Earth Saint Li Hong said as he instantly dodged the demonic dragon's claws. Then we'll destroy its soul. Heaven Saint Du said, since the demonic dragon's body was indestructible, they would start with its soul. As long as they could destroy the beast's soul, they would naturally be able to kill it. Not bad. Human Saint Lu Tianxiong said as he fought. The fact that the 3 saints couldn't even take down a single demon dragon made the 3 saints lose all face. It had to be known that there were 7 other demon dragons besides this one. If those demon dragons attacked at the same time, the 3 of them would have no choice but to sacrifice themselves. Fortunately, those demonic dragons did not attack the heaven, earth, and human saints. They were only attacking the defensive formation of Wanxiang City with all their might. The protective barrier formed by the power of the formation was constantly dimming. Rumble! The protective barrier shook violently and cracks began to appear on it. The seven-headed demonic dragon was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to 7 saint-level existences. What should we do? Zhuge Liang, who was on top of the city wall, did not know what to do. The other soldiers were already paralyzed on the ground, trembling in extreme fear. At this moment, the Iron Blood Taoist and the Herculean demonic ape started fighting. Buzz! The phoenix tribulation in the Iron Blood Taoist's hand was vibrating. Shadows of divine phoenixes appeared on the phoenix tribulation. Towering flames burned half of the sky red, forcing the Herculean demonic ape to retreat. Why isn't the Lord doing anything? The Iron Blood Taoist thought to himself. Is the Lord really going to let those demons break into Wanxiang City? More and more cracks appeared on the light barrier, as if it could shatter at any time. It was a moment of life and death for Wanxiang City. If Gu Fei did not make a move, then Wanxiang City would definitely not be able to hold on. It would be massacred by the demons that had breached Wanxiang City. Ha ha! Iron-blooded brat, your end has arrived. The Herculean demonic ape rushed back from afar and stared at the Iron Blood Taoist while laughing. Humph! Who knows whose doomsday has arrived? The Iron Blood Taoist sneered as he tightened his grip on the phoenix tribulation. Is that so? Then I will kill you first. The demonic ape of great strength approached the Iron Blood Taoist with a smile. A powerful true demon aura emanated from its body, causing the entire space to tremble as if it could not contain such a powerful demonic body. Extreme devil samsara! The demonic ape of great strength roared and attacked the Iron Blood Taoist. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the void and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the vortex, instantly enveloping the Iron Blood Taoist. The demonic ape of great strength roared and attacked the Iron Blood Taoist directly. A pitch-black vortex appeared in the void and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the vortex, instantly enveloping the Iron Blood Taoist. The demonic ape of great strength wanted to send the Iron Blood Taoist into the samsara. Divine Phoenix spreads its wings. The Iron Blood Taoist did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used the great Divine Phoenix technique, and an extremely powerful Divine Phoenix shadow rushed out from the Phoenix tribulation. It was as if a real Divine Phoenix had descended into the world. With just a flap of its wings, it shattered the pitch-black vortex. What? The battle strength displayed by the Iron Blood Taoist was so powerful that even the demonic ape of great strength was shocked. However, this demonic ape was a true demon after all. It had lived for countless years and had extremely rich battle experience. It attacked again and fought against the Iron Blood Taoist. The battle was extremely intense. The battle strength of the two experts could be said to be evenly matched. However, the Iron Blood Taoist had the Emperor armament, the Phoenix Tribulation. As such, the Iron Blood Taoist had the upper hand. Boom! Just as the Iron Blood Taoist and the demonic ape were fighting, a loud bang was heard. The protective barrier of Wanxiang City finally could not withstand the attack of the sage demon dragon and shattered. Countless runes dissipated in the void. Roar! The demon dragon's roar shook the heavens. A gigantic demon dragon the size of a mountain charged into the sky above Wanxiang City. It opened its mouth and was about to spit out demon fire. However, at that moment, a ray of divine light flashed past. The demon dragon in the sky above Wanxiang City crashed down from the sky without even making a sound. What? The Wanxiang City cultivators, who were already in despair, were extremely shocked at this scene. No one expected the Wanxiang City to have such an expert who could kill a sage with a wave of his hand. The demon dragon that fell from the sky did not actually land on the ground. One must know that there were many houses where the demon dragon had landed. If the demon dragon had landed, many people would have died. The demonic dragon was thrown out by a force and smashed into the countless demonic creatures outside the city, instantly killing many of them. Roar. The remaining demonic dragons roared as they instinctively felt threatened. Moreover, these demonic dragons didn't even know how their companions were killed. Are you finally going to make a move? An old voice was heard from outside Wanxiang City. A figure appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City. It was an old man with white hair and beard. At this moment, a figure walked out from the Wanxiang City Lord's residence. That person was Gu Fei. To be more precise, it was a clone of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's clone was also an extremely powerful existence. The battle strength of the clone was not much different from his original body. Swoosh! Gu Fei's clone soared into the sky and came before the old man. The demon dragon was thrown out by a force and crashed into the countless demonic creatures outside the city, killing many of them instantly. Roar. The remaining demonic dragons roared as they instinctively felt threatened. Moreover, these demonic dragons didn't even know how their companions were killed. Are you finally going to make a move? An old voice was heard from outside Wanxiang City. A figure appeared in the sky above Wanxiang City. It was an old man with white hair and beard. At this moment, a figure walked out from the Wanxiang City Lord's residence. That person was Gu Fei. To be more precise, it was a clone of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's clone was also an extremely powerful existence. The battle strength of the clone was not much different from his original body. Swoosh! Chapter 2807. In the end, the Wanxiang City was breached and the light barrier collapsed. The remaining demonic dragons rushed to the sky above the city, preparing to massacre the living beings in the city. However, at this time, Gu Fei finally made his move. He casually shot out a beam of divine light that pierced through a demonic dragon and destroyed its primordial spirit. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook, and the demonic might was vast and mighty. But at this time, every demonic dragon sensed danger and didn't dare to act rashly. One must know that this was a saint-rank demonic dragon. It was definitely much stronger than an ordinary sage. At this time, Gu Fei's clone and the old man were facing each other in the sky. The old man stood in the void, and all the demonic dragons retreated. You're underestimating me too much. You're only using a clone to fight against me. The old man looked at Gu Fei and narrowed his eyes. Rays of light shot out from the slits of his eyes, and a powerful true demon might erupted from his body. A clone is enough to deal with you, Gu Fei said calmly. His words were filled with incomparable confidence. At his level of cultivation, even his clone's battle strength wouldn't be weaker than other Saint Venerables. This old true demon's cultivation was only at the Saint Venerable realm. What a big tone. The old true demon was truly angered. He was a big figure in the eastern region Devil Cave. A Saint Venerable true demon could become an old ancestor, but now he was being looked down upon. It's not that I'm big, but I have the strength, Gu Fei said with a faint smile. He even dared to kill the real, true demon ancestor. Why would he be afraid of a mere Saint Venerable true demon? Although this true demon was very strong, it couldn't be that strong. It was absolutely impossible for him to be mentioned in the same breath as the true demon ancestor. Ha! The old true demon laughed angrily. Then let me see if you really have the strength. As the old true demon spoke, he waved his hand, and a ball of demonic light immediately rushed out of his hand, instantly turning into a large net that enveloped Gu Fei. The demonic qi was vast and mighty. Gu Fei discovered that the demonic net was actually completely formed from an ancient demonic pattern. It was shaped like a net, but it would be more appropriate to call it a demonic diagram. The demonic inscriptions intertwined and formed a demonic diagram, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The most powerful demonic power instantly sealed the void and obliterated Gu Fei. Gu Fei leisurely waved his hand, and a dazzling sword light immediately rushed out from his hand. It cut through the void and fiercely chopped at the demonic diagram that enveloped the area. This was the heaven-punishing sword light, an extreme sword technique. The extremely sharp sword light directly split the demonic diagram in half, and the demonic patterns dissipated in the void. After the sword projection broke through the demonic diagram, it instantly soared for tens of millions of feet, slashing directly toward the old true demon. A terrifying sword chi spread out, and the temperature of the entire world plummeted under the impact of the sword chi. Gu Fei's sword was too powerful. It was as if it wanted to split the entire world in half. Even the living beings thousands of miles away could still feel the cold air invading their bodies, making them feel cold all over. The old true devil couldn't help but be moved by this shocking sword. The power of this sword couldn't be underestimated. His figure blurred and actually left an afterimage on the spot, instantly dodging the attack. Gu Fei's sword only destroyed the afterimage of the old true devil. Rumble! The old devil continued to attack. Demonic patterns rushed out from his body and turned into huge stars, smashing towards Gu Fei in an earth-shattering manner. Each of the huge stars emitted a terrifying power that could crush the world and the void. It was as if a supreme demonic star had appeared in the world, blooming with endless demonic light. This was simply the rhythm of the end of the world. Seeing the huge stars smashing towards him, Gu Fei was still very calm. He naturally wouldn't let these demonic stars fall into Wanxiang City. It must be known that if any of these huge stars fell to the ground, it could instantly destroy Wanxiang City. Watch my flying immortal sword. As Gu Fei spoke, rays of golden light rushed out from his body like a primordial divine lotus blooming. In the next moment, countless rays of primordial sword light soared into the sky, slashing towards the falling stars. The sword light of primal chaos collided with the stars falling from the sky. The stars exploded and were destroyed by the sword light of primal chaos. This was an extremely shocking scene. It was as if a star field had exploded and destroyed the world. All the cultivators in Wanxiang City were stunned when they saw the scene in the sky. Many people didn't know that this person was Gu Fei. Only the core figures of Wanxiang City knew who the black-robed youth in the sky who could contend against the old true devil was. At this time, Gu Fei soared into the sky and directly killed his way into the shattering starry sky. The sky was boiling. Gu Fei was fighting the old true devil. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, and even the demonic clouds shrouding the sky were scattered. Although it was only an incarnation, Gu Fei's incarnation was also exceptionally powerful and displayed supreme battle strength. Bang! A figure flew out. The old true devil was sent flying. Demonic blood dripped down from the sky. Before the blood landed on the ground, it started burning in the void, turning into demonic flames that soared into the sky and burned towards Gu Fei. The dark blue demonic fire instantly enveloped the entire sky, burning the void into noiseless annihilation. Mere demonic flames can't do anything to me. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. He directly chased after the old true devil. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above the old true devil. Then he stomped down. Boom! Another heavy sound of impact resounded. It was as if someone was beating a heavenly drum. The entire sky shook. The old true devil roared and directly fell from the sky. At this time, they were already far away from Wanxiang City. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground trembled. Dust rose high into the sky. The ground undulated violently like waves and then spread out in all directions. The place where the old true devil fell happened to be the place where countless demonic creatures gathered. At the instant the old true devil fell, countless demonic creatures instantly died. When the terrifying fluctuations spread out, Countless demonic creatures directly collapsed in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist and dissipating in the air. Roar! The old true devil roared in anger. He never imagined that his opponent would be so powerful. His demonic body was almost torn apart by that person's stomp. Even if his demonic body didn't crack, hideous cracks appeared on it. Demonic blood seeped out from the cracks on his demonic body. Bang! In the next moment, the ground exploded. A demonic shadow rushed out from the ground and directly soared into the sky. Chapter 2808. The old true demon was going crazy. His face had been stepped on, and he had fallen from the sky, smashing into the big pit in the ground once again. Roar! The old true demon was enraged. Terrifying true demon power spread out from his body, causing the whole ground to undulate and hideous cracks to appear on the ground. Endless demonic chi soared into the sky from the big pit, shrouding the whole world. Why aren't you two coming over to help? Are you just enjoying the scenery? The old true demon's voice came from the depths of the ground. He didn't dare to rush out of the ground rashly. After all, the feeling of his face being stepped on made him want to bang his head against the wall and die. He was a high and mighty true demon. Moreover, he was an expert among the true demons. When had his face ever been stepped on? This was unimaginable. He had never imagined that someone would dare to step on his face in this life. The old true demon had no choice but to ask for help. Only now did he realize that there was a huge gap between him and the black-clothed youth. He couldn't even deal with an incarnation of the other party. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar came from afar. The three true demons who hadn't attacked yet were roaring. The remaining demonic dragons rushed towards Gufei. They opened their mouths and spewed out terrifying demonic fire. The monstrous demonic fire burned towards Gufei. This was the demonic fire. It could burn the sky and boil the sea. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the void was incinerated by the burning of this demonic fire. However, Gufei wasn't afraid of this demonic fire. He waved his hand and unleashed a heaven-punishing sword light. The dazzling sword light was indestructible, and it directly broke through the layers of demonic fire. Then he slashed a charging demonic dragon in half. Demonic blood splattered everywhere. The huge demonic dragon's corpse fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a big pit. The demonic blood that fell from the sky actually corroded the ground, creating countless holes. The ground was dyed black by the demonic blood. The land that was stained by demonic blood was regarded as an ominous place. After being stained by the demonic blood of a saint-level demonic dragon, this place was no longer suitable for living creatures other than demonic creatures to live in. To be able to easily kill a saint-level demon dragon, this kind of combat power was really shocking. Gufei attacked consecutively and killed all the demonic dragons that were charging at him. This caused everyone on top of Wanqiang City's city wall to be extremely shocked. Those weren't ordinary demonic creatures. They were sacred, rank, demonic dragons. This was especially true for the heaven, earth, man, and human saints. They were even more shocked because they knew how powerful these demon dragons were. Only by joining hands could they contend against a single demon dragon. The battle was still ongoing. The heaven, earth, and human saints were fighting the demonic dragon fiercely. Gufei did not seem to have any intention of helping them. The three saints also knew that if they could not even deal with a demon dragon, they would not have the face to work for this savage. Roar! The demon dragon roared and spat out terrifying demon fire at the three saints, forcing them to dodge. Among the three saints, Earth Saint Li Hong's entire body was emitting lightning. Dazzling bolts of lightning shot out from his body and tore through the void. He was like an ancient god of thunder, his body exuding a terrifying aura of destruction, and bolts of lightning circled around him. Infinite lightning strike. Earth Saint Li Hong attacked with all his might. Balls of lightning descended from the sky, smashing towards the demon dragon with a terrifying destructive force. Boom! Balls of lightning exploded, and a large area of demonic fire was shattered by the power of thunder and lightning. Li Hong directly turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the demonic dragon. The powerful lightning tore through the demon dragon's gigantic body, piercing through it and bringing with it a large amount of demon blood. Earth Saint Li Hong's figure appeared in the void. If it was any other living being, they would have been severely injured. One must know that the power of lightning represented destruction. The wounds on the demon dragon's body were still filled with electricity. However, the wounds on the demon dragon's body were still healing rapidly. The electricity that had invaded the demon dragon's body was constantly being forced out by the power of the demon Tao. The power of the great Tao of lightning could not really hurt the demon dragon. Swoosh! Just as the demon dragon was forcing out the power of lightning, a brilliant sword light flashed by, and the demon dragon's mountain-like head fell from the sky. Heaven Saint Diyu made his move, using his flying sword with all his might to cut off the demon dragon's head. However, a scene that left the three saints dumbfounded appeared. The demon dragon's head was wrapped in a ball of demonic light and flew up. The headless body did not fall from the sky. The dragon's head and body were actually joined together. What? The three saints were shocked to the extreme. Why was this demon dragon so difficult to kill? They had seen Gu Fei kill a demon dragon with a single sword strike. It did not seem like there was anything special about it, but when it was their turn, it was so difficult. Actually, they had already figured out the reason behind it. The sword light that Gu Fei shot out could directly destroy the demon dragon's life force. Even its essence spirit could be destroyed in an instant. However, they could not destroy the demon dragon's life force. Naturally, this demon dragon would not die. Let's do it. The three saints looked at each other and gritted their teeth. They used their final trump card. They summoned their Tao flames at the same time, wanting to refine this demon dragon alive. Rumble! The heavens and the earth shook violently. The figures of the three saints disappeared. The three of them joined forces and created a furnace. They sealed the demon dragon in the furnace and wanted to refine it into ashes. Divine patterns of the great path were imprinted in the void. Within the furnace, Tao flames rose. The demon dragon roared continuously, wanting to rush out of the furnace. However, this time, the three saints were really putting their lives on the line. They wanted to refine this demon dragon even at the cost of their vitality. Soon, the demon dragon in the furnace was charred black by the Tao flames. A meaty aroma wafted out of the furnace. This was a demon dragon roasted in Tao flames. Unfortunately, the demon dragon's flesh could not be eaten. This was because the demon dragon's flesh and blood contained a very strong demonic nature. If a mortal ate this demon dragon's flesh, it was very likely that they would become demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. Even if a cultivator ate this demon dragon's flesh, there was a risk of chi deviation, and it would be difficult for them to concentrate on their cultivation. Roar! The demon dragon kept struggling and roaring in the furnace that the three saints had created. Under the refinement of the Tao flames, the demon dragon's flesh, bones, and tendons were constantly turning into ashes. Just as the three saints joined forces to create the furnace to refine the demon dragon, the battle between the iron-blood Taoist and the demonic ape had reached its climax. The demonic ape was extremely powerful, forcing the iron-blood Taoist to constantly retreat. Chapter 2809. The demonic ape was indeed a powerful demon that was comparable to the golden spiritual ape. Its long arms had a terrifying power that could shatter the void. With a wave of its arms, the entire world shook. The iron-blood Taoist was suppressed. Even though he had the supreme emperor weapon, the Phoenix Tribulation, it was the same. Without the Phoenix Tribulation, he would have been killed by the demonic ape. Virum, the iron-blood Taoist, used the divine phoenix technique. It was as if he had transformed into a phoenix that had been reborn from the divine flames. The power of the true phoenix was vast and mighty as it fought the demonic ape. Bang! A demonic fist came and sent the divine phoenix that the iron-blood Taoist had transformed into flying. The divine phoenix wailed, but then it soared into the sky again, emitting monstrous, true phoenix divine fire. The divine fire of the true phoenix swept towards the Herculean demonic ape in an earth-shattering manner, burning the sky and the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. This was one of the true flames of the great path. Lines of the true phoenix could be faintly seen in the flames, drawing upon the power of the true phoenix. It was so powerful that it could burn the sky and boil the sea. Not enough, not enough. You are not strong enough. The demonic ape was surrounded by demonic light. It roared and charged at the iron-blood Taoist. The true phoenix divine fire could not even get close to it. It was repelled by the demonic light. How dare you! The iron-blood Taoist was shocked. He could not really use the power of the phoenix tribulation. It should be known that this was a supreme emperor weapon. Even a Saint Venerable would not be able to make this weapon display its true power. Rumble! The divine phoenix flapped its wings. Although it was sent flying again and again, it still fought. The iron-blood Taoist was like a phoenix bathed in fire. He had an immortal body. Just as the iron-blood Taoist was in a difficult battle, the heaven, earth, and man saints had already decided the winner. The body of the demonic dragon, sealed in the furnace of heaven and earth, had been refined. Only a ball of demonic light, wrapped around the demonic dragon's primordial spirit, was holding on. There was no doubt that the demonic dragon was powerful. But now the heaven, earth, and man saints were fighting with all their might. They did not hesitate to use their vitality to draw out the natal fire to refine the demonic dragon. The demonic dragon's protective demonic light was constantly being worn away by the flames of the way. The demonic dragon's primordial spirit within the demonic light kept struggling, but it was powerless. It could not break through the furnace of heaven and earth and escape. It was only a matter of time before the mystic dragon's body and soul were completely destroyed. At this time, Gufei's clone was fighting against the three true demons. A terrifying aura filled the world, causing the countless demonic creatures on the ground to flee for their lives. The flying demonic ants and demonic butterflies in the sky had already flown off somewhere. Gufei's clone was fighting 1 against 3, yet it was still able to handle the situation with ease. This shocked the old true devil to the extreme. He had a bad feeling that this fellow was too powerful. What's going on? How could there be such a person in Wanxiang City? One of the true devils said in a trembling voice. This was a devil spider, a black devil spider. Its 8 claws were like 8 devil spears that pierced through the void, stabbing towards Gufei. The information was wrong. Why don't we retreat? One of the true devils said. This was a devil crocodile, a blood-colored devil crocodile. It was extremely powerful and was at the level of a sage king. The devil crocodile spewed out blood-colored demonic flames, desperately burning towards Gufei. Anything that was burned by the demonic flames would instantly turn into a pile of ashes. However, the blood-colored demonic flames could not burn Gufei's body. Bang! Gufei sent the devil crocodile flying with a punch. The entire head of the devil crocodile exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. However, the next moment, the head of the devil crocodile that Gufei had exploded grew out again. It was not killed by Gufei's punch. It continued to fiercely attack Gufei. If one wanted to kill a true demon of this level, ordinary methods would not work. One had to use special methods. However, Gufei did not expect to kill this devil crocodile with a single punch. He had not fought against a creature of this level in a long time. He had not had enough fun yet. Retreat? Impossible. The old true devil flatly refused. It desperately attacked Gufei. It wanted to use this guy's blood to wash away the humiliation it had suffered. Then let's fight." The other two true devils could only brace themselves and attack Gu Fei with all their strength. Swish! The dazzling sword light flashed in the void, and 5 of the demon spider's 8 claws were immediately cut off by the sword light. The devil spider screamed and retreated. Devil blood dripped down from the sky. When the crocodile saw this, it couldn't help but be shocked and also retreated. Only the old, true devil charged forward. His extremely powerful, true devil power spread out. An entire world trembled under the power of this devil Tao. This was a huge collision. The old true devil was going all out. The two supreme powers collided, causing destructive energy fluctuations to spread in all directions. Even the demon crocodile, which had retreated to the side, was sent flying by this force. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like bolts of lightning. The old true devil was sent flying again. This time his devil body cracked in the air, but it instantly reformed as if it had never cracked in the first place. However, the old true devil was very clear that he had already damaged his foundation. He was coughing up blood, and his spirit was dispirited. He seemed even older. "Let's run." The devil crocodile and the devil spider that had just recovered glanced at each other, then turned and fled. They didn't care about anything else. If they continued to fight, there would only be one result: death. True devils were all old antiques that had lived for countless years. In the entire Eastern Devil Lair, there were only 5 or 6 of them. If 4 of them were killed at once, the Eastern Devil Lair would definitely suffer a great blow. However, everything was already under Gu Fei's control. Not a single true devil would be able to escape. "All right, that's all for now. It's time to pack up," Gu Fei's clone said nonchalantly. Then an extremely sharp sword light shot out from his hand and cut the devil crocodile in half. Swish! He took a step forward and instantly appeared in the sky above the devil spider. Then he stomped down with his foot. Bam! With a loud bang, the demonic spider was crushed into pieces by his foot. Even its primordial spirit was directly shattered. The devil spider and the devil crocodile were both dead in body and soul. Their huge corpses fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake. Devil blood splattered everywhere, and dust rose high into the sky. Seeing this scene, the old true devil was extremely shocked. It had to be known that those were true devils, yet they had been cleanly killed by this person with a single slash of his sword. "I'll send you on your way." Gu Fei strode toward the old true devil, a powerful battle intent surging from his body. Kill! The old true devil knew that he would most likely have to give up his life here today. He threw caution to the wind and crazily urged the power of the demonic path in his body. Rays of light rushed out of his body and turned into shocking demonic swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. With a single punch, Gu Fei shattered all of the demonic swords that had pierced through his body. Then he punched again, shattering the old true devil's demonic body once more. Roar! The old true devil's head flew up. He roared in anger, and the shattered flesh and blood blossomed with a dazzling devil light. Then they instantly gathered together. A figure once again appeared in the void. "Ha, good. I'd like to see how many punches you can take." Gu Fei laughed heartily and threw another punch at the old true demon. Without any suspense, the old true devil's devil body was once again shattered by Gu Fei's punch and turned into a cloud of blood mist. However, this old devil was truly extraordinary. He actually condensed another devil body. Swish! The old true devil directly tore through the void, wanting to escape. He was truly afraid now. His opponent definitely had the ability to kill him. If he didn't escape now, there would be no need for him to escape anymore. However, it was impossible for Gu Fei to let him escape. He wanted to establish his might. He wanted everyone to know that he, Gu Fei, had returned. Rumble! Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly used the heaven-covering palm. A huge palm appeared between heaven and earth, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Bang! The void exploded. The old true devil who had just escaped into the primal chaos was blasted out by Gu Fei's palm. The power of the heaven-covering palm erupted, and the old true devil's devil body was once again turned into a cloud of blood mist. This time, the old true devil's devil body recovered very slowly. It took a long time for his devil body to reform. Again, Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and punched out again. The old true devil was truly afraid. His undying source energy was continuously being whittled away by his opponent. He could already imagine the final outcome. He didn't want to die. However, everything was no longer under his control. He had already been locked on by Gu Fei. He simply couldn't escape, and he couldn't defeat him. This was simply the rhythm of waiting for death. The old true devil's devil body collapsed. Some devil essence within his flesh and blood was annihilated. At this time, everyone watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. How could there be such an expert in Wanxiang City? It was absolutely impossible, unless that person had returned. Some people had already guessed Gu Fei's identity. Moreover, among those who came to watch the battle, there were many people from the Dongfang family and the desolate ancient Zhao family. Some of them had seen Gu Fei before. When they saw that valiant and invincible figure, they were even more terrified. That fierce person has returned. The people from the Dongfang family and the desolate ancient Zhao family hurriedly transmitted this news back to their clans. What? That person has returned? The entire Dongfang family was shaken. Even the Eastern Sky Tyrant King was somewhat surprised. That person could actually return from the heaven world alive. This meant that he must have passed the heavenly tribulation. Martial Path, Saint Sovereign? Such a voice rang out from the depths of the Dongfang family's ancestral land. When this news reached the desolate ancient Zhao family, the higher-ups of the Zhao family were also incomparably shocked. However, they weren't too worried. This was because the grudge between them and Gu Fei had already been resolved. The Dongfang family is going to be in big trouble. Chapter 2810. There was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei didn't use his real body, only his clone, but he was still incomparably powerful. Even the true devil wasn't a match for him. 2 true devils were killed by him one after another. The old true devil was extremely powerful and had an inextinguishable demonic nature in his body. It wasn't easy to kill this kind of devil. Every time Gu Fei's clone punched out, the old true devil's body would be directly smashed and turned into a bloody mist. However, this bloody mist would still condense again and reconstruct the devil's body. However, it took longer and longer for the old devil to reconstruct the devil's body. The inextinguishable demonic nature in his devil's body was constantly being weakened by Gu Fei. In the end, the old true devil was tortured to death by Gu Fei. The inextinguishable demonic nature in the devil's body was finally completely obliterated, and the devil's body could no longer be reconstructed. A true devil that had lived for countless years was killed in body and soul by Gu Fei's clone, just like that. As soon as the old true devil died, the Herculean devil ape immediately tore open the void. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't. A golden light descended from the sky. Within the golden light, a golden divine ape directly pounced down. Boom! The golden divine ape waved its fist and sent the Herculean demonic ape flying thousands of meters away. The ape crashed into a mountain peak and smashed the upper half of it. Yuan Hong. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw the golden divine ape that suddenly appeared. However, the next moment, he knew that this divine ape wasn't Yuan Hong. However, it had to be said that the golden godly ape really looked like Yuan Hong. The golden fur on the godly ape's body was glowing like a ball of burning golden flames. Although this divine ape wasn't Yuan Hong, it was also a golden spirit ape with a very pure bloodline. As soon as the Herculean demonic ape saw this golden divine ape, It immediately flew into a rage and charged forward. The Herculean demonic ape and the divine ape fought fiercely. Boom! The Herculean demonic ape punched out, creating a huge hole in heaven and earth. The golden divine ape was directly knocked into the chaotic void. Roar! The golden ape roared in rage. It broke through the chaos and rushed out, engaging in a fierce battle with the demonic ape of Herculean strength. Powerful metal elemental energy filled the air. This golden ape was very strong and could fight against the Herculean demon ape. This way, the iron-blood Taoist was relieved. He could rest for a while. Where did this golden ape come from? The iron-blood Taoist was curious as to why such a powerful being would appear at this time. Only Gu Fei vaguely guessed some things. The reason why Yuan Hong came down to the mortal realm was to search for the golden-eyed, godly ape lineage in the mortal realm. It seemed like the golden spirit ape lineage really did exist in the mortal realm. After dealing with the old demon, Gu Fei watched from the side. At this time, his gaze fell on the 3 saints in the distance. The 3 saints of heaven, earth, and man did not hesitate to damage their own cultivation and join forces to create the furnace of heaven and earth, using their own natal flames of the way to refine the demonic dragon. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw Diyu and the other 2 saints using such a method. These 3 saints were not bad, but he still needed to observe them for a while before he could be at ease. After experiencing the rebellion of the Southern Heaven Hierarch, Gu Fei was even more careful. He would not let something like that happen again. In the end, the demon dragon that was sealed in the heaven and earth furnace by the 3 saints was refined alive. Both its body and soul were destroyed. Now, only the Herculean demonic ape was left among the 3 invading true demons. However, it had encountered a powerful opponent, the golden spirit ape. The demonic ape and the divine ape seemed to be evenly matched. Neither was able to completely suppress the other. However, the demonic ape was clearly scared. It had personally witnessed the old true demon being killed by Gu Fei. The old true demon was a true demon that was much stronger than it. If the black-robed young man attacked it, then there would only be one outcome for it, death. However, Gu Fei had no intention of attacking it. The Herculean demonic ape retreated as it fought. It didn't want to be beaten up by the crowd. Soon, the demonic ape and the golden spirit ape left Wanxiang City and fought deep into the mountains. Meanwhile, the countless demonic creatures surrounding Wanxiang City were retreating rapidly like a receding tide. Roar! A roar resounded from Wanxiang City. A giant ape, as tall as a small mountain and covered in snow-white fur, rushed out of Wanxiang City. A figure was standing on the shoulder of this giant ape. That person was Guling. The giant ape was the snow ape that Gu Fei had subdued in the Heaven Realm's snow region. This was an immortal-level snow ape. Its cultivation wasn't great, but it was very ferocious. The snow ape had been given to Guling by Gu Fei. At this moment, Guling was standing on the giant ape's shoulder and excitedly killing the retreating demonic creatures. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the scene. Ordinary demonic creatures were naturally no match for Guling. They were defeated by her, leaving behind countless corpses. Rumble, incomparably shocking sounds came from the mountains. A terrifying demonic aura filled the air. The Herculean demonic ape was indeed a demonic ape that could fight against the golden spirit ape. However, the golden spirit ape wasn't a weakling either. Dull crashing sounds came from the depths of the mountains. The battle between the Herculean demonic ape and the golden spirit ape had reached its climax. Mountain peaks were collapsing and the entire mountain was shaking. Hideous fissures continuously appeared on the ground. Bang! A figure flew out from the depths of the mountains. It was a figure covered in demonic aura. The Herculean demonic ape was actually sent flying by a punch from the golden spirit ape. Demonic blood dripped from the sky. A true demon is only SOSO. The golden spirit ape was very domineering as it chased after the Herculean demonic ape. As it waved its hands, rays of golden light blades rushed out from its hands and slashed at the Herculean demonic ape. Each golden light blade had Tao patterns faintly discernible within it, and each blade light cut through the void. The Herculean demonic ape waved its fists, using its flesh and blood to fight against the light blades. However, the result was unexpected. The Herculean demonic ape's fists were incredible. They actually blocked all the golden light blades that came slashing at it. With each punch, there was a flash of golden light. When the golden light blades collided with the Herculean demonic ape's fists, they were directly shattered by the demonic ape's fists. Boom! Just as the Herculean demonic ape blocked the golden light blades, the golden spirit ape's fists had already smashed into the Herculean demonic ape's shoulders. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The Herculean demonic ape was sent flying by the golden spirit ape's fist. This was a diversion tactic. The golden spirit ape had rich combat experience. It pretended to use all its strength to strike the golden light blades, as if it was going to fight the Herculean demonic ape to the death. However, the real attack was the golden spirit ape's fists. Swoosh! The golden spirit ape turned into a beam of golden light and directly chased after the Herculean demonic ape. Its big foot directly stepped on the Herculean demonic ape's head. The Herculean demonic ape was shocked and angry. Its opponent's speed was too fast. In just an instant, the big foot was already in front of it. It could only use its hands to protect its head. Bang! Crack! The sound of impact and bones breaking was heard at the same time. The Herculean demonic ape screamed and fell from the sky. Boom! It hit the ground with a bang, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. A large pit appeared on the ground. "I'll send you on your way," the golden spirit ape roared. A strong metal elemental power erupted from its body, and its entire body bloomed with dazzling golden light. Rumble, like a golden sun falling from the sky. It emitted a terrifying aura of destruction and directly smashed towards the Herculean demonic ape. The terrifying power wave spread out, and the entire world was shaking. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he saw the golden spirit ape's powerful combat power. This, the iron-blood Taoist, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. One must know that he had been fighting this Herculean demonic ape before, and he knew very well how powerful and terrifying it was. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Tribulation, the iron-blood Taoist wouldn't be a match for this Herculean demonic ape. However, the Herculean demonic ape was now being suppressed by a golden spirit ape. The golden sun fell from the sky, causing the world to shake. A terrifying aura of destruction erupted from the golden sun. Roar! The Herculean demonic ape kept roaring in the pit. At this moment, the true demon had reached the moment of life and death. It had to fight with all its might. However, even though the Herculean demonic ape was fighting with all its might, it couldn't change anything. Rumble! The earth was shaking, and the ground undulated like waves. The power wave coming from the pit was too powerful. The demonic aura and the golden light intertwined in the pit and canceled each other out. Soon, the golden light gained the upper hand and suppressed the demonic aura. More than 2 hours later, the Herculean demonic ape was suppressed to death by the golden spirit ape. A rare and incomparably powerful Herculean demonic ape had fallen just like that. After killing the Herculean demonic ape, the golden spirit ape left immediately, ignoring Gu Fei and the others. We won. We won. The demons retreated. When the news spread to Wanxiang City, everyone was extremely excited. They actually repelled the attack of the demons. This was simply a miracle. One must know that the invaders were the true demons, the 4 great true demons. However, so what if they were true demons? They could still be injured and die. As long as one had enough power, even a true demon could be killed with a single slash. The entire Wanxiang city was in an uproar. Everyone knew who had returned. This was a famous villain in the human world. They didn't expect him to return from the heaven realm. Gu Fei's battle had shocked the Eastern Demon Denver. The death of the 4 great true demons was definitely a heavy loss to the Eastern Demon Den. Chapter 2811. Gu Fei's return was absolutely a huge matter to the various powers of the Eastern territory of the mortal dimension, because he alone was capable of changing the situation of the powers in the entire Eastern territory. With the return of this ferocious person, Wanxiang City was no longer a pushover that could be easily bullied. The Eastern Domain demons were utterly defeated by Gu Fei in Wanxiang City. The 4 true demons fell, and countless demonic creatures became cannon fodder. The news spread out and shocked everyone. This was especially true for Gu Fei's enemies, who were even more restless. That guy actually came back alive. A sigh came from the Dongfang family's ancestral ground. Of course, Gu Fei promised Ghost Emperor Fengdu that he wouldn't act against the Dongfang family. However, everyone knew that the grudge between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family would definitely be settled one day. The Western Earth Buddhist sect and Gu Fei also had a great karma. Gu Fei's return also made the Western Earth Buddhist sect very uneasy. While all the major powers were watching, Guling was having a lot of fun in the mountains outside Wanxiang City. She brought the snow ape to hunt demonic creatures in the mountains. Boom! A loud sound came from a valley. A demonic spider the size of a mountain fell from the sky. Very quickly, the demonic blood that seeped out from the spider's body formed a small stream that flowed outwards. Haha, little white, well done! Guling's laughter could be heard. A figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a bang. It was a white ape that was more than 10 zhang tall. On the white ape's shoulder stood a masked woman. This woman was Guling. Let's continue. Guling said, "Roar." The white ape roared towards the sky and leaped up, directly flying out of the valley. Outside the valley, a black figure was quickly escaping. It was a demonic wolf. Although countless demonic creatures had retreated, there were still quite a number of lone demonic creatures in the mountains. Little Master is really worrisome. Just as Guling was about to leave, a figure appeared in the valley. This person was the Iron Blood Taoist. He was secretly protecting Guling. One had to know that Guling's cultivation hadn't reached the saint rank yet. If she encountered a powerful saint rank demon, she would be in danger. Thus, Iron Blood Taoist had to follow Guling in secret. Guling's cultivation could break through to the saint realm at any time, but it was definitely not a good choice to undergo the tribulation in the human world, because the great Tao laws in the mortal realm were incomplete if one were to undergo tribulation to become a sage in the mortal realm. The sage laws would also be incomplete. This would affect Guling's future cultivation. If he wanted to undergo tribulation, he could only go to the heaven realm. Meanwhile, in Wanxiang City, Gu Fei had dispatched many people to investigate the movements of the various parties because he needed to know the current situation in the mortal dimension, especially the situation in the eastern region. In his opinion, there was only one word that could describe the eastern domain, and that was chaotic. Demons were no longer willing to hide in their devil's dens, and they wanted to come out. Meanwhile, the other forces were constantly fighting for their own territories. Even the Dongfang clan and the primordial Zhao clan had conflicts from time to time. The alliance between the two clans had long existed in name only. Following Gu Fei's return, the situation in the eastern domain of the mortal realm had become subtle. Even the demons had restrained themselves and were no longer as unscrupulous as before. Gu Fei didn't forget the purpose of his return. Soon, he sent more people to search for traces of Heavenly Emperor Ziyang, the immortal demon child, and the others. However, ever since the Southern Heaven's Supreme Thearcha's rebellion, no one knew where they had hidden themselves. He didn't know how the Red Dragon and Yao Yu were now. Gu Fei still had high hopes for these two disciples of his. He even asked the old tortoise for the Red Dragon's true blood of the ancestral dragon. For a creature like the Red Dragon, the ancestral dragon's true blood could completely transform him into a true dragon, and there was a chance for him to become a powerful ancestral dragon. However, if he couldn't find them, everything would be in vain. At the same time, he also wanted to find his senior and junior brothers who were separated from him in the past and rebuild the Taishan sect. However, he didn't know whether Li Lingfeng was alive or dead, and he couldn't find Zhao Ziru. All of this made Gu Fei very depressed. I'll pay Jiang Renhuang a visit first. I'll think about it after I return to the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei thought of the old tortoise's request. That guy wanted to go somewhere to obtain a great fortune, so he naturally had to help him. Moreover, the great fortune might not necessarily belong to the old tortoise. A great fortune was obtained by the fated one. A great fortune that the old tortoise was thinking about was naturally extraordinary. He was also very curious about what kind of fortune it was that the old tortoise had been thinking about for so many years. Gu Fei then summoned Zhu Guiliang and gave him some instructions. He left a clone to oversee the Wanxiang city before he boarded the teleportation formation platform in the Wanxiang city and traveled across the region. The Jiang family of the primordial clan, the place where the human emperor cultivated, was like a paradise. It was a valley located deep within the ancestral ground of the Jiang family. At that moment, two figures were sitting on a boulder in the valley. Jiang Renhuang was wearing a beast skin, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. Beside him were two items, a bone club and a bronze cauldron. Opposite the human emperor sat a black-haired young man. An aura of the great Tao spread from the young man's body. The person was none other than Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong, Gu Fei's first disciple. On the day Gu Fei ascended into the sky, he had stayed behind and followed Jiang Renhuang. Under the guidance of Jiang Renhuang, his cultivation had improved greatly. He had already reached the peak of the Saint Ruler realm. The news of Gu Fei's return had not reached the Jiang family of the primordial yet. In fact, even if it had reached the Jiang family, no one in the Jiang family would have dared to disturb the human emperor's cultivation. Everyone in the Jiang family was envious of Gu Zhong. After all, no one in the Jiang family had received personal guidance from Jiang Renhuang. But an outsider was cultivating with the ancestor of the human emperor. Some people in the Jiang family could not help but feel resentful towards Gu Zhong. However, the ancestor of the human emperor was supreme in the Jiang family. Even the leader of the Jiang family did not dare to have any complaints, let alone the others. Your talent is not bad. You will be able to undergo the divine tribulation in the future. Jiang Renhuang suddenly opened his eyes and said to Gu Zhong, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Renhuang." Gu Zhong said gratefully from the bottom of his heart, if it were not for the guidance of the human emperor, his cultivation would definitely not have improved so quickly. In this chaotic place, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the chance of survival. This was without a doubt. Buzz. At that moment, the bronze cauldron beside Jiang Renhuang suddenly let out a vibrating sound. At the same time, the runes on a teleportation formation platform in the Jiang family of the primordial began to light up. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the teleportation formation platform. Someone was coming from another region. I did not expect him to return so soon. Chapter 2812. Buzz. In the Jiang clan's ancestral ground, an ancient teleportation array platform began to vibrate. Runes emerged on the black platform and interweaved into a mysterious array diagram. The space above the platform began to distort as a silhouette crossed the boundary. At this moment, in the Jiang clan's ancestral ground, the higher-ups of the Jiang clan were alarmed and immediately rushed over. It was not a small matter for someone to directly enter the Jiang clan's ancestral ground from the outside world. The ancient array platform had not been activated for a long time. The person who came was definitely not a core member of the Jiang clan, because the core disciples of the Jiang clan were all cultivating in the ancestral ground. Before the Great Change, all the major forces were preparing. Many chose to cultivate in seclusion, while others chose to enter the boundless secular world to experience the various aspects of life. Various methods to increase one's cultivation were carried out by people. After the power of the world disappeared, there were indeed a few people in the mortal world who successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became a sage. However, the majority of them died under the heavenly tribulation. Not just anyone could take that step and successfully become a saint. However, those who could become a saint were definitely extremely talented. The clan leader of the Jiang clan of the Desolate clan had arrived, along with a group of elders. However, when they saw the person who crossed the boundary, they were extremely shocked. "You actually came back alive." The clan leader's voice trembled slightly. The fact that this person could come back alive meant that this person had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly tribulation. What kind of concept was this? Another Saint Venerable of the martial Tao had appeared in this world. The Saint Venerable of the martial Tao was definitely the emperor of the Saint Venerables. He could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Ordinary Saint Venerables were like children before him, unable to withstand a single blow. The Jiang clan of the Desolate clan was a clan that had existed for countless years and had even experienced the darkest era of the ancient times. As the higher-ups of the Jiang clan, they naturally knew many secrets that outsiders did not. "Clan leader Jiang, it's been a while." Gu Fei appeared on the ancient array platform and cupped his fists at the Jiang clan leader. "Haha, congratulations, little friend." The master of the Jiang family did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said to Gu Fei, putting aside the fact that Gu Fei had a friendship with the old ancestor, his cultivation was worthy of being treated seriously. Gu Fei then walked down from the ancient formation platform and was ushered into a large hall by the Jiang clan master. "I believe Senior Jiang already knows why I'm here." After sitting down, Gu Fei spoke to the Jiang family leader. After all, the other party was the Jiang family leader who had attained the Tao before Gu Fei. There was nothing wrong with addressing him as senior. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and battle prowess, he was definitely above the Jiang family's patriarch. He could be on the same level as the Jiang family's patriarch. At this moment, there were many important figures of the Jiang family standing in the main hall. At the entrance of the main hall, there were also many Jiang family geniuses walking around. Many talents of the Jiang family wanted to meet this person who was rumored to be a close friend of the old ancestor. Someone who was valued by the old ancestor of the Jiang family was definitely extraordinary. However, when they saw Gu Fei, they were a little disappointed because Gu Fei's body did not emit any powerful Tao, runes, or aura at all. In the eyes of the Jiang family's talents, this should not be the case. However, only the saints of the previous generation of the Jiang family knew that this black-robed young man was very impressive. He had actually cultivated to the return to origin realm. "Yes, I'll go see the old ancestor personally." The Jiang family leader nodded. He naturally knew the reason for Gu Fei's visit. After all, the mountain and river cauldron was still in the hands of the old ancestor. That legendary ancient cauldron belonged to Gu Fei. The old ancestor was only temporarily keeping it on behalf of Gu Fei. Just as the Jiang family leader was about to leave for Jiang Renhuang's place of cultivation, a beam of divine light suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei disappeared. This, the higher-ups of the Jiang family in the main hall could not help but be moved. It seems that the old ancestor also knows that Gu Fei is here. The Jiang family leader said. At this moment, in the valley where Jiang Renhuang was, a figure was guided by a beam of divine light and appeared directly on a large rock. "Greetings, Senior Renhuang." Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent and quickly bowed to the figure sitting in front of him. Jiang Renhuang waved his hand and signaled for Gu Fei to sit down. "Greetings, master." A young man standing next to Jiang Renhuang bowed to Gu Fei. "Yes." Gu Fei nodded and then sat opposite Jiang Renhuang. "You really surprised me. You came back so quickly. The Heaven Realm's forbidden area is also your doing, right?" Jiang Renhuang said, "Hee, Senior Renhuang is indeed amazing. You even know this." Gu Fei smiled. In fact, with Jiang Renhuang's cultivation, how could he not know what was going on when the Heaven Realm caused such a huge commotion? "It's not that I am amazing. It's that you are too good at making trouble. I guess those people are having a headache now." Jiang Renhuang suddenly smiled and said, "Those people." Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Then his eyes brightened. This was definitely a great secret. The people Jiang Renhuang mentioned were most likely the ones who disappeared. "All right, take your cauldron and leave with your disciple." Jiang Renhuang laughed and scolded, "This, Senior Renhuang, I still want to stay here for a while before leaving." Gu Fei said shamelessly, being able to receive guidance from the human sovereign was his good fortune. Now, even he was envious of Gu Zhong. This guy could actually follow the human sovereign for a period of time. "Leave." Jiang Renhuang waved his hand. A ball of golden light immediately enveloped Gu Fei and Gu Zhong. Then they disappeared into the void. Eastern Domain, Wanxiang City. The iron blood Taoist's life was too hard. He had a bitter look on his face all day because he realized that his little master really knew how to play. Then he was tortured to death. There are countless demonic creatures hiding in the mountains outside of Wanxiang City. Gu Ling would go into the mountains to hunt them almost every day. The iron blood Taoist would secretly follow Gu Ling and make sure that she did not find him. Early in the morning, Gu Ling brought the snow ape and rushed into the mountains. At noon, a beam of divine light suddenly descended from the sky and fell into Wanxiang City. Within the golden light, two figures appeared. Everyone in Wanxiang City was shocked. Zhuge Liang and the three saints immediately rushed over. However, they were extremely excited when they saw the two figures in the divine light. They were Gu Fei and Gu Zhong, the master and disciple pair. Jiang Renhuang's divine power was truly unimaginable. With a wave of his hand, he sent them back to Wanxiang City. Mountain and river cauldron. When Gu Fei landed on the ground, he suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 28:13. Myriad Phenomenon City. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Gu Fei rubbed the bump on his head and glanced at his subordinates. Gu Ling had also returned. She stood beside Gu Fei and wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare to. Her undefeatable father actually had a big bump smashed on his head. This was too hilarious. The people in the main hall also felt the same, but no one dared to laugh out loud. One should know that the person sitting in the main hall was a fierce man, famous in both the mortal world and the heavenly realm. Yan, and the two children were still in Gu Fei's inner world. At this time, the two children should work hard to improve their cultivation. Yan had always liked peace and didn't like fighting and killing, so she stayed in Gu Fei's inner world and enjoyed the peace. Gu Ling, on the other hand, was a person who couldn't calm down. This was very different from her mother. If it wasn't for the news that her father had returned, she would still be hunting demonic creatures in the mountains. "Father, if there's nothing important, I can't go out for a breather." Gu Ling rolled her eyes and said to Gu Fei. A fist-sized furry monkey was sitting on her shoulder. Gu Fei nodded. "Oh yeah." Gu Ling cheered and immediately rushed out of the hall as if she was escaping. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head. His daughter was really too restless. "Master, what should we do next?" Gu Zhong said, "Take back our lost territory and fight whoever we don't like." Gu Fei said in a deep voice. Everyone in the main hall couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they heard Gu Fei's words. Ever since Gu Fei went to the heavenly realm, their territory was constantly being eroded. Originally, they still had more than a dozen small cities in addition to Wanxiang City. But now, other than Wanxiang City, those cities had already changed owners. In the eastern region of the mortal world, other than the Dongfang family, the desolate Zhao family in the eastern region Devil Den, there were also many great sects and clans. However, these forces were either attached to the primordial Zhao family or the Dongfang family. Naturally, no human forces dared to seek refuge in the eastern region Devil Denver. One had to know that defecting to the demon's den was equivalent to becoming enemies with all living beings in the world. No one was willing to do so. The other forces in the eastern region naturally did not think highly of the Wanxiang City, especially after Gu Fei left and Gu Zhong followed Jiang Renhuang. The Wanxiang City only had the Iron Blood Taoist. The reason why Wanxiang City was still able to exist was that all the forces were wary of Gu Fei and didn't dare to rashly attack Wanxiang City. Another reason was the relationship between Gu Fei and Jiang Renhuang. There was news that Ghost Emperor Fengdu also had some friendship with Gu Fei. Whether it was Jiang Renhuang or the Ghost King of Fengdu, they were not people to be trifled with. Even the Zhao family and the Dongfang family of the antiquity didn't want to offend them. Thus, the Wanxiang City was able to remain in control despite being surrounded by powerful enemies. However, now that Gu Fei had returned, everything would be different. All right, go and get ready. From tomorrow onwards, we will sweep through everything. Gu Fei said loudly. Yes. Everyone hurriedly accepted the order. They had been too sullen these days, and it was time to vent. However, they didn't know who would be the first to be unlucky. Soon, everyone dispersed and went to prepare. Only Gu Zhong, the Iron Blood Taoist, and Zhuge Liang were left in the main hall. The three saints of heaven, earth, and man performed well during the attack of the true demons, but they still couldn't become Gu Fei's core team. This test was not enough. Master, who are we going to attack tomorrow? Gu Zhong said, There are those who dare to attack us. Gu Fei pondered for a moment and asked, My lord, there are 3 powers that are attacking our cities. One of them is the Ninth Heaven sect. Out of our 12 cities, 5 of them have been occupied by them. Zhuge Liang said, As for the other 7 cities, they are occupied by the Nine-Shade Cult and the Celestial Palace. The Nine-Shade Cult occupies 3 cities and the Celestial Palace occupies 4. Generally speaking, the Nine Heavens sect is the strongest of the 3. The Iron Blood Taoist added, Very well, we will start with them tomorrow. Gu Fei said expressionlessly. After that, he stood up, turned around, and walked into the rear hall. We will start with the 3 forces at the same time. Gu Zhong and the rest were startled. Although these 3 forces couldn't be compared to the desolate era's Zhao clan and the other super forces, they still had experts overseeing them. These 3 forces had powerful backers behind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to attack Gu Fei's territory. Finally, it's time to go all out. The Iron Blood Taoist said excitedly and walked out of the main hall. Gu Zhong and Zhuge Liang also left the main hall to prepare. This was a big matter, and they only had 1 day to prepare. A day passed by quickly. When the sky brightened, silhouettes walked out from every corner of Wanxiang City and gathered at the square in front of the city Lord's mansion. Other than the 10 million soldiers from Xiangqing, there were also 2,000 cultivators gathered at the square. Those who were neutral before began to change their attitude. Very well. Gu Fei didn't show himself, but he could sense the people on the square. 3,000 cultivators was not a weak force. Among these cultivators, there was no lack of experts and experts. There were even a few quasi-saints who came to join them. Soon, Gu Zhong appeared. He passionately said a bunch of words to boost the morale of the people on the square before he started assigning tasks. If they wanted to join Gu Fei, then they must show some sincerity. Soon after, 1,000 soldiers and 2,000 cultivators left Wanxiang City and spread out, heading towards the 12 small cities near Wanxiang City. Unexpectedly, the 1,000 soldiers and the other cultivators did not meet any resistance and took over the 12 cities from the 3 major sections. The 12 cities returned to Gu Fei's hands. The people from the 3 major sects were tactful and immediately retreated after knowing that Gu Fei had returned. However, this matter would not end just like that. Under Gu Zhong's lead, a portion of the cultivators in Wanxiang City charged towards the 9 Heaven sect. This shocked the entire sect. The other 2 sects were also facing the same situation. The Iron Blood, Taoist, personally led a group of subordinates and surrounded the 9 Shade cult. At the same time, Zhuge Liang and the 3 saints blocked the palace, Lord of Heaven Palace, in the main hall of Heaven Palace. Heaven Palace was facing the danger of being destroyed. At this moment, the palace, Lord of Heaven Palace, was filled with regret. He shouldn't have tried to invade Gu Fei's territory. The Heaven Palace and the Zhao family of the Desolates were very close. However, when the palace, Lord of Heaven Palace, asked the Zhao family for help, not a single person from the Zhao family came to save him. The palace master of the Celestial Palace was a saint. Moreover, he was a saint king. His cultivation was incomparably strong. However, this saint king knew what he was about to face. Among the 3 saints, the heavenly sage was a sage king. To the heavenly sage, Diyu, the palace, Lord of Heaven Palace, was a good opponent. The battle between the heavenly sage and the palace, Lord of Heaven Palace, was unavoidable because there was no longer a need for the Heaven Palace to exist. Gu Fei wanted to destroy the Heaven Palace. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. The 2 figures moved quickly in the sky. The battle between the Sage Kings was extremely intense. Every now and then, the blood of the Sage Kings would drip from the sky. Every drop of the Sage King's blood emitted a dazzling, blood-red light. The earth was dyed red, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Without any suspense, the palace, Lord of Heaven Palace, was finally defeated by the heavenly sage Diyu. He was killed by Diyu, and the Heaven Palace was destroyed. When the Heaven Palace was destroyed, the Iron Blood Taoist also made his move against the 9 Yin cult. The Phoenix Tribulation rose from his hand and floated above the 9 Yin temple of the 9 Yin cult, stabilizing the area. Iron Blood Taoist, you are going too far. An angry roar came from the 9 Yin temple. Then a figure appeared outside the gate of the 9 Yin temple. It was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. This old man was surrounded by Yin Qi. The temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly because of his appearance. The 9 Yin cult was a great cult that cultivated the power of Yin. In the Eastern domain, the power of the 9 Yin cult wasn't small. However, they chose to rely on the Dongfang family. 9 friends, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Just accept your fate. The Iron Blood Taoist sneered. Iron Blood Taoist, if you go too far, it won't do you any good. The 9 Yin old man stared at the Iron Blood Taoist and gritted his teeth. He had already expected this day to come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. In fact, the 9 Yin cult was betting that Gu Fei would fail his heavenly tribulation. If Gu Fei failed his heavenly tribulation, then they could attack Wanxiang City. However, if Gu Fei succeeded his heavenly tribulation and returned to Wanxiang City, then they would be out of luck. The truth was that Gu Fei didn't die under the heavenly tribulation. He came back alive and defeated the 4 true demons of the demons. His might was unfathomable. The battle between Gu Fei and the 4 true demons shook the world. The people of the 9 Yin cult, the Heaven Palace, and the 9 Heavens sect were terrified. They quickly gave up their occupation of the small cities and retreated from them. This was also the reason why Gu Zhong and the others were able to take over the 12 cities without any resistance. I want to go too far. What can you do to me? The Iron Blood Taoist looked at the 9 Yin old man and said coldly, "Kill." The 9 Yin old man roared and directly attacked the Iron Blood Taoist. A black moon appeared behind him, emitting a heart-palpitating wave. Buzz! The space trembled, and a black moon rose from the back of the old man of 9 Yin. Then it pressed down on the iron-blood Taoist. The space was shaken by the great force, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. Humph! The iron-blood Taoist sneered and threw a punch at the incoming black moon. A ball of fire rushed out from his fist. Boom! With a loud bang, the iron-blood Taoist's fist fiercely smashed into the descending black moon. The black moon was actually sent flying by the force of the impact. Swoosh!